Ah, yes. So Sorter couldn't make it, so another day I'll have to go over the. See, I meant to talk about both Assassin's Creed Shadows and that the Snow White debacle, but Mandalore didn't want to watch it because he's too chicken, or his stomach
No, I
couldn't
just don't hate
handle it.
myself enough.
What do you mean? Do you have to hate yourself to watch it?
Certain things, yes.
Really?
I hate. I didn't. I hated myself enough. Plus, I want to be able to bitch about it. The Acolyte. So I threw myself through
Damn,
that.
y'all spaced that. So Johnny Mathis is finally retiring. Wow. Oh no, and we're getting the drip marketing for Doomsday.
Oh
Did
God,
you know? Did you know there's gonna be mutants?
it's everyone. It's apparently turning out to be X-Men
Like it's
versus.
supposed to be everything Fox Universe.
Yep, it's supposed to be superheroes versus X-Men by looks of it.
Shocking. Well, there is a Captain America, Anthony Mackie. Okay, Ant-Man,
Well,
Loki,
no, and not
Shuri.
and not only have they listed everyone, they said there's still room to add more because they haven't.
No, okay, so they got. Oh, they
So they haven't.
literally brought back. Oh God, they actually brought back Kelsey Grammer as Beast, Ian McKellen as Magneto,
Yep.
Alan Cumming as Nightcrawler. Well, okay, can we leave out the Fox universe?
No, because the Fox universe was.
Leave
Even though
out the Fox universe Cyclops. Come on.
I haven't watched.
Come on.
No, I
Let's get
haven't
rid.
watched Marvel since Far From
No.
Home. But I've seen enough posted. Wasn't
It
Kelsey
wasn't
Grammer?
good.
Wasn't the Fox X-Men brought back for Doctor Strange at the very end?
Well, okay, here's the problem. If they're gonna
Oh no, it was the
go
Marvels that he was brought in.
okay, if they're gonna go with the cast, oh god. Like Kelsey Grammer as Beast, I have no issues with.
Oh, I think he was the perfect casting for Beast.
Yeah.
I honestly think he was because he has that. His voice and his character is usually one of intelligence, and doing that with someone who's also now doing a little bit more aggressive in some really shitty movies, it works.
But I also like that version. But
It was more proper of a Beast than the.
they're bringing back the actors from now. Granted, I would have recast. They're talking about bringing back the actors from The Last Stand and X2.
Well, everyone before the sort of reboot of First Class.
Well, they're by the way, they're also Channing Tatum supposed to be Gambit too.
Yeah, they brought him back.
Okay, that is a thing. I can see that. But that version of Gambit is kind of OP though.
Well, Gambit can be OP in some stories.
Okay, there's one story where he's an Omega level mutant. Although this term is getting chunked around
Oh, it used to be a very rare thing.
far too much now.
Omega used to be like 5 of them in the world, and now it's every 5th.
No, it's supposed to be like the mutants, like basically like what was it in Old Man Logan, basically, why there's not a lot of mutants in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Is because of Professor X.
Yep.
And I love Old Man Logan on that. Must be
I
Ages in the Shadows today.
Old Man Logan was probably my least favorite of all the X-Men movies that involved
Also, TV
Wolverine.
shows have been like movies. No, the whole thing, right? Ian McKellen is perfect as Magneto. But the thing is, you don't know how much longer he's going to be
So using
alive.
what we've got him before we switch back to full-time
But you don't
Fassbender.
want that problem of recasting.
No, so you have to pretty much use him while we got him, and then go back to Fassbender or whatever his name is once he's gone. Same thing with
Well, the thing about there's two at you forget though with Singer films. Uh they were going Age of Apocalypse. They were going that one.
I
They were
forgot
going
about Age
through
of
the
Apocalypse. That was
they are going
hard.
through the era where it gets up to the 90s because you had First Class. Now, Dark Phoenix, the Phoenix story, like the Dark Phoenix story,
Mm-hmm.
wasn't the best film because that got shot like it. There's two versions of Phoenix. Either the Phoenix is the Phoenix Force, or it's a force that Jean Grey has.
Now, which one did you like more? The original Phoenix movie or the younger Phoenix movie? The newer one.
I don't acknowledge the abomination that was
The more
the
recent
last
one?
stand. The last stand.
Oh, wait, is Last Stand the newer one or the original one?
There. So in Last Stand, it is a culmination of three storylines. That it has her. It's just Jean Grey.
No, I
It
remember. I
that
remember
at
the
the end that
movie.
she gets stabbed and whatever else. Which the one from Game of Thrones is the more recent one, which is slightly more tolerable.
Okay. Oh,
But
whoa,
telling
whoa,
the
whoa,
Dark
whoa,
Phoenix
whoa.
story,
I
huh?
find The Last Stand to be the better of the two. There was definitely issues with The Last Stand. One of my
Last
biggest.
Stand is all three films in one, and it's the problem of you have too many because like okay, if you're just saying Jean Grey has always been more powerful potential, which along the current lines of Marvel and the people who write her now.
I don't consider it in modern Marvel canon. It's so garbage now, and they
No,
fucked
but
with
Old
everything.
Man Logan is good. It's set in a different universe
No, I'm sorry. Old Man Logan
where
was a horrible
Logan
movie.
is good. Like Logan is good. Like I recommend the Old Man Logan run if you've ever seen people ever
Oh,
read it.
the comics were great, and where he gets eaten by the Hulk and all that. That was a good. Those were good. That was a good story. What we got as a movie was horrible. If they could have done the old Logan now.
No, actually, it has where Professor X starts developing dementia, and he pops like a lot of the. He either killed a good portion of the mutant population, or they never fully say what happened. Either humans turned on mutants and killed them, and then there was a bunch that got killed because Professor Xavier developed dementia or Alzheimer's and literally killed a bunch by accident.
Oh no, I'm not saying that wasn't part of the story, but the Old Man comic was so
And
much.
the only person who seemingly stayed alive through it because he has the psychic blocks was Wolverine.
Well,
But the
Captain
whole
Skull.
thing No, I mean he has telepathic blocks too. Because part of that's actually why in the new Ultimates comic
Mm-hmm.
he doesn't have that conditioning because the Maker, aka the evil Reed Richards,
Mm-hmm.
basically fat went through time in that universe. He's from the Ultimate verse, so he wanted to create his own. So Peter Parker never became Spider-Man,
Oh,
etc.
I know. I used to read the comics. I know about the good old.
So this is so Ultimates is a twist. Basically, he doesn't have the blocks, and someone was able to wipe his memory. Now, supposedly, like I'm pretty sure Ultimates is just gonna bounce back to status quo, but depending on the version of Wolverine, he doesn't have that. So more the modern implication. So like with Doomsday, yeah, like Patrick Stewart's getting up there too. But
Yeah.
they're gonna have a lot of cameos. Like I've long suspected they're going Secret Wars with the plot.
Do you know what? Do you want to know my biggest issue with The Last Stand was? And it was such a small part in the movie, but you know what my biggest issue was?
What?
That when Xavier walked by the Juggernaut, there was no interaction. There was no reference to them being brothers. There was nothing.
Him and
They,
Havoc?
nothing happened between those two. He just walked right by him, and there was no anything.
Mm.
And I thought that was what ruined the movie for me. It's like,
I don't know if they originally with X1, X2, and X3 did they have the vision to do it.
no, and I know not all stories have them as being not all stories have them as being related.
No, they literally have in the battle in New York where Magneto, because part of the thing is they could have easily done the Fatal Attraction storyline
Mm-hmm.
because there's a thing where Charles where they have uh where Magneto goes to kill a lot of people or causes an EMP or something that before leading up to Fatal Attraction.
Mm-hmm.
And just like in the X-Men what is it, the X-Men 97 cartoon's going to explore, Wolverine loses it and then like really stabs like Magneto badly.
But doesn't Magneto's? I haven't watched the '97
And
cartoon.
then in that battle as well, before like he either dies or something happens, right? He basically it's either a death or he basically disappears. Magneto turns and rips all the antimantium out of his body during that fight.
Oh, please tell me they're not going to do. They're not going to.
I wouldn't think they would touch Fatal because
No,
that was
not Fatal.
actually
Please,
in that battle in New York, but that could have been easily in Last Stand.
no,
They're
please
not going
tell
to
me
do
they're
that.
not going to do the story where they whip out his adamantium and then they're going to put it back in, or he's going to put it back in and turn into that weird. Whatever the fuck it was when he got his adamantium back and he went all fucked up. That was a horrible story and a horrible look.
Why? When he became a horseman? No,
No,
that's
not a
not.
horseman. When he became that
No,
first.
they're already. I'll be honest. I will be shocked in season 2 if we don't get Death Gambit.
Well, no, that's a good story, but no,
We are already looking at Death Gambit. coming in season 2. Like, there's a vision, right, that Charles has. Not Charles, yeah, Charles has.
Okay, it was Fatal
That
Attraction.
is Death Gambit. I thought, and if we don't get Death Gambit, they threw out his original storyline, because literally there's 3 versions. They said there's going to be 3 versions of Apocalypse in the second season. So we already know at the end, when they're scattered through time, some got sent to the past, which is the Rise of Apocalypse storyline. Which is niche as hell if anyone ever knows that one. That is supposed to be his origins. He was the first mutant and he found celestial technology. The second part is where he also goes to Genosha, where he is saying all the mutants that died.
But they haven't even got brought up Genosha in the movies, have they?
No, they brought it up in X-Men 97. That's how we know we're going to get Death Gambit.
Okay. No. What I'm thinking of is when they pulled the adamantium.
They won't do that because you can't do Genosha and you can't do.
Do you remember his noseless monster form?
Hmm?
After Fatal Attraction, when he got his adamantium back, it fucked him up.
No, when he had it ripped out of him, his healing factor overhealed.
And he went. Yes,
so
and I hate that noseless.
Most well, the whole. If you know Wolverine's origins, you will understand why. He is a byproduct of generations of breeding.
No, I'm just saying, but when he went into the noseless monster sort of, it just was.
By the way, it wasn't until that run Marvel officially said he had bone claws.
No, I know.
Just to let you know, and that most people don't know that. So the idea, right, with that run, post fate, like that's the weird runs, because he overhealed so much and he went feral eventually. Because it's just like if I ever tried to explain to people about Romulus.
Did you see who's in the chat? By the way, hi, Miss Sparkles.
It's Gay Beans, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got, Trey Bees, yeah.
Is this a bad time for me to bring up the fact he called Far Cry 6 a real video game?
Now that we are, here's an idea I've had that people have disagreed with me on.
Uh-huh.
But if they ever rebooted or...
He also enjoyed Valhalla, too. I don't... I really don't acknowledge Assassin's Creed's past a certain point, but when a game becomes in-game only. But,
okay. Here's a fan casting I've had. If they recast and sort of jump time in X-Men. They jump to the time after Xavier's death and Cyclops is leading and Jean Grey's dead, and you've got that sort of more rugged, gruff with Emma Frost Cyclops. I think Carl Urban would be the perfect rugged old Cyclops.
Yeah, Carl Urban would, but Carl Urban is also going to be in Mortal Kombat too.
But he was also in Marvel already.
They have him eyed up they have him eyed up. Supposedly he's Johnny Cage. So
Yeah, no, they've already shown pictures of it.
I mean, Shao Kahn literally looks like a Shinigami Death Reaper.
I haven't seen the first one. It looked.
No, apparent. I am assuming that this is a sequel to the second.
This is a sequel. Yeah, no, this is a sequel to that last one.
Yeah, see, Gay Beans and other people like him. I hold a controversial take. He's not a gamer, but then he cares. But the funny part is, I should edit out our conversation. Just his response when he tries to justify himself as a gamer.
You know what else you should post? An edit.
I have a bunch of the idea, and he doesn't think it's recorded.
I was gonna say you should
And
post.
I just do this because no one believes me he exists. It's like his conversation with you the other day.
That wasn't a conversation. That was a spur throwing poop.
Oh, him spurging, yes.
He doesn't talk. He spurgs.
He is a consumer, though. You got to understand. Because this is going to lead into Assassin's Creed Shadows, by the way. Consumers like him are the reasons we get Shadows. The Shadows we were promised was an entirely different game. We have known about Assassin's Creed Shadows going back probably since 3. I've heard of Assassin's Creed Red as it was announced. Assassin's Creed Red had been Ubisoft has had 2 long-term projects. One is they want an online universe, which is an online animus that they've been trying to get a co-op multiplayer in. Where it's just they've never been able to get it off the ground. Where you can just go from a different zone, play with your friends in an open world. It's kind of like with Division. Division, they went way too broad. Division, they wanted an entire universe. Is what they wanted. The original goal was to have one entire whole universe. And it just doesn't work because the fact that you can understand it's the technical limitations.
Yeah, but you know what? We don't even need to talk about Gay Beans because when he wasn't getting our attention for 5 minutes, I'm guessing he left because he wasn't getting the attention he needs, which he denies.
I'm not talking about that. I am talking about in general. So Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? It's basically what's called Assassin's Creed Red. That is the origin of it. Because Assassin's Creed Red was announced. Shit, even GTA 6 was announced. You know how old GTA 6 is?
It hasn't come out yet, has it?
You know how old it is? The idea of it? Assassin's Creed, so it's been an off and on development since at least 16. We're looking at 10 years of dev hell. 8 to 10 years of dev hell on that game. So 2022 is when they revealed so the first concept we had of Assassin's Creed Red. So in 2022 is when they called it Assassin's Creed Shadows. But Assassin's Creed Red was actually known about. Because if you look at Assassin's Creed Shadows, it is literally Valhalla. It had to have been developed around Valhalla. Which, it's a big, big thing. Because this is what a lot of people don't get. Because they initially were going to go with a Japanese monk. Which made more sense. Then they have the whole thing with they discovered Yasuke, where in fact that author, because I had to go back. I'm trying to find the original announcement. Like, announcement was, I want to say 2021 even. Yeah,
And
but no, this actually goes back because you'll always find 3 to 4 years in game development. Because we have heard about Assassin's Creed Red for probably as far back as Valhalla. And that is that later has become
I think I tried playing the first one, and I can't remember if I watched it, but I think I saw the movie. That's my experience.
I mean, the thing about it is, like, it is basically like its vision changed because we thought Assassin's Creed Red was actually supposed to be the multiverse version of it. But apparently it isn't. But that is actually the history of Assassin's Creed Red. That is what let me see.
Well, before we get too far away from Marvel, because I had a couple other things. There's a joke going around about who to cast as Wolverine, and I think he would actually make a perfect casting for a different character. Do you know who that joke casting has been that everyone claims to want?
It wasn't until 2022 that we knew it was being set in Japan.
Wait, Dealer, do you know who the joke casting for Marvel's been for years?
No one cares. I do not care about Henry Cavill. Do not
No,
say
not
that.
Henry Cavill. Danny DeVito replacing Wolverine to be a comic accurate. Do you know Danny DeVito would actually make a perfect Marvel character related to Wolverine? And I think it'd be hilarious to have him with.
You know, can I give you a creepier version of that? What he could be?
What?
He could be the Violator.
Oh, God. No, but a legit character he could play. Oh, because in the comics, he's actually supposed to be short, hairy, and whatnot.
No, there's the idea, depending on the fur.
Do you know who he would actually be perfect to play with Hugh Jackman? Even if it's just one bit scene?
I'm looking up something in a second.
Puck. He would make a perfect Puck.
There's no way that this game has reached 3 million sales. Bull fucking shit.
I think nowadays they're counting games that they give away for free or copies that they give away.
So, all right, KCD2, right? Hold on. You want like a good indicator?
But I still think, what do you think of Puck for Dan DeVito and just Hugh Jackman picking him up and throwing him and that's it?
Who's Puck?
What?
Who's Puck?
You don't know who Puck is? He's an even shorter Canadian who's hairy and is basically picked up and thrown, or he turns into a ball. He sort of balls up and I think Danny DeVito would be the perfect Puck just for one scene and then he gets killed. Sort of like what they did in the Deadpool movie. Just have it as like a one scene and just do it and then he's done.
So here's the thing a lot, and this is what I'm actually thinking is happening with Assassin's Creed Shadows. I think they're cooking the books.
Or no, duh. Something that...
This is beyond... This is a game that I have on my Ubisoft friends list. A bunch of Ubisoft cucks, okay?
Mm-hmm.
They are. Some of them and most of them are. You want to take a guess on how many of the 314 or so, if not more, I've seen play? Do you know how many I've seen play Shadows?
How many in total are there cucks? I'll go a percentage.
Well, how many do you think? How many do you think have actually played it?
2%.
There's been maybe one or two.
So that's not far.
They don't play it the fucking long. We're talking a 1 to 3%.
That's what. So that's in the 1 to 2% I said.
I can't even think of that, and this is where we're going off Valhalla, because here's the actual funny thing about when you look at like how Assassin's Creed, like, they are trying to say this is the first simultaneous launch of a product Ubisoft has. Right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the first. Assassin's Creed has never been launched on Steam side by side until this game.
Because they knew it wasn't going to sell.
They have launched on Epic, but here's the thing about Epic. Epic, Uplay, Ubisoft Connect. This is something we said in Division. There's always a bunch of players in Division, but majority play on Ubisoft. Just as a majority, everyone goes, oh, Diablo 4 is dead. Where do you think most players play?
Online.
PC. Not on Steam. They play on Battle.net.
Well, but some people who play on PC do use Steam to get their games.
Yes.
Nowadays.
But here's the thing. If you're buying an Ubisoft product, you are going to need a login. And you might as well go through there.
No, because it's the same thing with EA games.
So its peak, by the way, just to give you an idea, was 64,000 on Steam. My theory has been that a lot of these plays aren't people who actually bought the game. They're playing it. If they did buy it, the game is still in the red, so to speak. These numbers don't seem real. If you go back to Veilguard numbers, Assassin's Creed is... So if you go back to all the re-releases they did, like Dead Space was one. what is that? Let's see if you look at Steam. Let's see here. Let's see. Valhalla. Valhalla is a. This is a thing, right? You got Valhalla. You have. Mirage was launched on Steam later. Now, it's not a good indicator, but roughly about the same. Now, let's be charitable. How much of the population that plays Data War do you think plays on Steam?
No idea. I just know because I'm one of those people who just goes to Steam to buy, for the most part, just to have all their games in one area for the most part. Because I've got a bunch of EA games, and I've gotten them through. I usually look at Steam first. The only one that I don't have for my PC is Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes for the PC.
So Steam is good on certain games.
Oh, I'm not saying it's...
Where it's not good on a lot of stuff.
Oh, no, I'm not even saying how good it is or not compared to buying it directly through...
Because here's the actual problem when it comes to a game. This is an actual phenomenon with games. Just to show. 4,000 currently because they play it through Steam, but you see the numbers go down and when it does. Look at like Valhalla, right? Valhalla comes up in sales, then it dramatically loses a shit ton of people. These are numbers that would make Bungie and Destiny cry. This has only been on Steam since October of 24. Now, AC Shadows, right? It peaked at that. Now, if you want to talk about cooking books, they launch it on Steam because it makes sense. The thing about, as I say about Diablo 4, majority of people play Diablo 4 through Battle.net. A majority of Ubisoft games are played through Uplay, Epic, or Windows or Xbox Store. The Xbox Live. I have a high hunch Assassin's Creed numbers largely are coming from
Steam.
No. They're coming from streaming numbers. They've already been trying to give away the game for like 2 years. So it's been delayed more than once. There's this whole thing too, right? Like Fighting Cowboy, by the way. I'd have to show his channel. Fighting Cowboy. Okay, what if I told you? Would you believe me? There's a liberal that owns a gun and he's in the middle of Nashville.
Mm-hmm.
And he acts like a soy cuck.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh.
Would you?
You have another person in the chat.
How are you going, Oliver? Nice to see you. So I've often suspected that a lot of this coverage is literally cooked. I want to know what Assassin's Creed Shadows looked like prior to them.
It's like the same thing.
I want to know because the difference between when we saw the pre-footage, it looked a lot worse. Like, you think Bethesda games are buggy. Like, I'll go back to all the games Ubisoft released in 24. If you told me they were going to fuck up a pirate game, an Avatar game that no one remembers the name of, a Star Wars game and an Assassin's Creed title in the same year, no one would believe you. They outlaws, despite what the consumers think.
Oh, it's a garbage game.
It is good world building, but a garbage game. Not even Skill Up could recommend it.
Hey, I was about to pre-order that game, and I was willing. Like, it was a new Star Wars open world game. Like, well, I'm going to play it. It gives me a new game to play, so I'm not playing the same 3 games over and over again, or 5 games. And then Mark came out about it's like, no. And then I heard. I think what really finally got me for saying no was the price points, and to get the DLC or the season pass was how much. Because for Star Wars games, I will go and buy the biggest package, especially if it comes with something extra, especially physical. I will buy 2 copies because I don't really have a PS5. I still have a PS4, but I'll go and buy the collector's masterclass, whatever you want, whatever it's called, that has like some sort of physical things from the game, because I love that shit. I love replicas. I love that shit. But it wasn't one for the game. Wasn't worth it for what and there was nothing that really came with it, and it was all just garbage. And looking at the character design and everything, it was like, I'm waiting for the new Jedi game, which is apparently going to be the final game, which sucks. You still there? And the dealer left and didn't say anything, but no. The third game in the Jedi game, I hope that, even though I don't want it to end, I'm hoping that the third game will lead into where they are in current story time, which is the Mandoverse area time, and that they bring them into live action. Because they could very easily bring Cal Kestis, because they use the actual. Because that's the one thing with games now, is they use actual. For the most part, unless they design a new character, they use actual actor models to be the characters they're playing. So to be able to bring him in, and even Marin and they've worked together, not just in the game, they were also in Shameless together and worked together. It would be nice to sort of see that come. But we will have to wait and see. E-Lord is horrible with just disappearing without saying anything or going, be right back. So I'm stuck here ranting on my own. Sparkles, are you still in the chat or did you leave? Oh, I'm tired. I slept shitty. I've got a cat on my chest purring, which does not help me stay awake. No. The one thing I regret not getting, it was also because I didn't have the funds at the time, is there's a game developer or video game who releases all the super editions of, especially old games. What are they called? As I was saying, I was going to buy all the top versions of games, especially that have collectible shit, attributes of the game, like replicas. I love that shit.
Well, you buy the CE. I had to walk away a second because I had to go do something. So, no, the thing about where. So Assassin's Creed Shadows is like, there's a lot of shills. Like, the shills have been out for this game. Like, the shills are out in full force. Like, this is, to me, okay, for those who don't know, this might be Ubisoft's final game, as we know them. And I say that because their stock price is...
Oh, well,
they are done as a company.
Limited Run Games is the ones who do these super editions of either old games or just even current games. And I was willing to spend the money on that for
Well, Limited Run Games, no one ever, like, it was actually a scandal with them.
Oh, they're also known as for underselling and...
What was the scandal last year? It was the trans person who said something stupid.
Oh, a trans person say something stupid? Imagine my shock.
What was it? There was a limited run scandal last year. I forget what it was.
No, but they come out with some of the... If you like replicas, if you like certain things and old games, they do these really cool collector's editions of games that come out with all this.
Well, yeah, they also have rights to a lot of stuff too.
But and their stuff isn't sold in stores. It's all you have to order directly through them. And I was willing to look up to see, and I regret passing on. Well, I didn't have the funds at the time. I was wanting to get the Jedi Survivor that actually came out with his lightsaber, and by the time I had the funds, because it was like $400 Canadian when it came out.
Well, no, Limited Run Games does a lot. Like, they are... But that's a big difference. Because if you're talking about a premium for a game as well...
No, yeah, I know they do premium stuff, and like some of their stuff is really cool. Some of it's not worth the price. Like the basic thing that comes with most of their games, especially the Star Wars, is a coin. And collectible coins and stuff is okay and cool. But it's the ones that come with, like, even if they're miniature replicas, like a mini sort of keychain version of a sword and stuff from the game it's still cool. I love replicas. I've always loved. I collect a lot of replicas. I think having...
Well, the thing about collector's editions, right? When you're talking about... And this goes into the whole thing with Assassin's Creed Shadows. They're wanting... What? Okay. Back in the day, I remember I paid like 80 something. I paid $80 for, what was it, 80 or something? Okay, a sec. Really? Be right back.
Actually, now that you mention it, I want to see if they have anything for Assassin's Creed. Although anyone who knows anything would not put the money into Assassin's Creed. Into that game for... And not even talking about fans. I'm talking about any company would not. Well, it doesn't look like they've done anything Assassin's Creed. Nope. Because I've seen some of the merch, some of the collector editions of Assassin's Creed games, and those things are usually... I've considered buying games just for the merch. Oh! He dropped out. So, well, we can't go anywhere without him. So I'm going to stick here until he returns. I'm not saying he's going to end it, but no, I have always loved collector editions, and there's been some They come with really cool things that I've considered buying the game whether I like it or not, just because it's something more than just a game. Like, even though I hate playing God of War games because I hate those timed and where you have to hit buttons and a certain thing and whatnot for bosses. I've always enjoyed the story of God of War, and I've always, and especially the last one, they came with Thor's hammer, which was just really cool, and that come with money from it and come with things. They've always been something that's gotten my attention since I was younger, since I was able to start buying my own games. But an Assassin's Creed has just been. I'm trying to bring them up. Because I know the basic and used to be the really cool thing that came with games is coins. Oh, they do have a Shadows collectors. So let's see what comes with it. I don't think I can present without him. Welcome back.
Had to do a quick restart. Look, something just was being really stupid. Like,
no, I noticed that they're actually. I went to go look up just general Assassin's Creed's collector editions just to see stuff.
Because no, go back and look.
Like, no, some of them I've considered buying some just because there's certain games, whether you play them or not, I've considered getting them just because. Like, as I was saying before, the God of War, the last one that came with Thor's hammer, I don't play the game. I don't like the game style. Like, I hate those boss battles where you have to hit the right button at the right time. As with my anxiety, that sort of triggers me a little bit. But I love the story. I love watching it play and support. And if I love the game and the story, I have no problem buying.
Well, the reason why it's like I don't call data. Like, I call Data War. Like, I don't call certain games games because they're just movies. Data War was literally.
Oh, I've always hated the. Someone tried to get me to play like one of the original.
Data War was literally like fucking all cinematics.
Oh, or no, I don't. Inuyasha. I never liked the show, but someone lent me their PS2 and one of the original Inuyasha games for PS2. And I think I sat there for about 10 minutes just hitting nothing but speech bubbles. There was no game so far, so I was like, nope, I'm done, and turned it off. But certain games like the God of War, the last one that came with Thor's hammer, I was like, I like Thor. I like the game. I considered buying it. And I'm just looking up. Apparently, Shadows actually has a collector's edition. It comes with a statue of the two characters who would never exist in actual time. There's what's her name's Katana Suba or whatever, life-size replica.
So you're talking about the other stuff, right?
Oh, that's the stuff that gets me.
Okay, so I have to show this because what I was trying to look for is the shills have been out in full force for Assassin's Creed. Like, this is literally Ubisoft's last stand when it comes to their own, like, I think someone is trying to cyber attack Twitter.
Right now?
I have a suspicion.
Why, something going on with Twitter?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't noticed anything.
Well, to be fair, this wouldn't be the first time that I've seen this. Twitter should not be being this slow.
Oh, mine's not being slow. That could be your computer.
No, it's something with North.
The one thing that sucks about collector's editions is the statues, which are really cool and look really cool, are usually not as good in person, and they never hold value.
So I want to show that because the tweets on this guy, right, is so there's been a lot of shills out in some form for it, because if people do not forget the travesty, which was Veilguard, he's basically had to backtrack a lot. And as I said, bring this up so people see this. Sorry for the whole thing sometimes. So this man, call him a man. Look, he's a fat guy who got muscular and he thinks he's good. So
he's one of those who, because he did something.
So apparently he's been doing it, and he goes, I'm a content creator, variety streamer, and professional weeb.
Oh, this is the asshole you showed me the other day who I didn't want to watch.
You couldn't get through it.
No, because as soon as he said...
No, and you will watch for all the buzzwords. So he's now claiming that his Twitter, he had a whole shit ton. Apparently he's claiming he was hacked on March 25th. All right. He got hit with this on either X or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is what he got hit with in game, which caused him to rage out. I'm not going to say it because like this man himself, and I wish Hypnotic played the whole video of him. I found this and I showed this to Renown, right? I'm going to go down his videos, okay? I want you to understand. He has never had to pay for any of these games.
Oh, because he's a reviewer.
He has never. He has literally been given a copy of all of these games. Avowed. All of this.
Okay.
He literally has, I am assuming, Fable 3. He is either playing through Game Pass or given a key.
Mm-hmm.
He did a full playthrough of Veilguard and all of that. He has 1 million subs. Now, he got famous for doing guides. He played the walking simulator. You're going to notice this is all mainstream games that were either heavily shilled. I think almost everyone played Space Marine 2 last year. He was probably given the whole... I bought Black Myth Wukong. I like it. Still need to do the last 3 playthrough. But you're seeing certain games he was either given access to. So I'm assuming Ubisoft didn't give it. But what if I told you Hassan was sponsored by Ubisoft to play?
Would not surprise me.
To play it.
Most of the game companies sponsor woke people. Woke morons. No, I couldn't even get through I don't remember if it was at the part you gave me, or if it was or I scrolled through just to see a little bit.
He is a consumer, right?
But
so apparently he's been doing the walkthrough prep, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he sucks at certain video games.
Well,
like he's been literally working on this game for 3 weeks. Now, I'm not shitting on him as much as he deserves it. I want to shit on him because he's a... Okay, what if I told you, I'm going to say a name, and I want your people to understand, This is a man who came into his chat and trolled him about Assassin's Creed Shadows. This is a man with 1.3 million subs. And I ain't going to even hit him on his view numbers yet. A man came into his chat with a name, a black man with a Glock.
Mm-hmm.
Mandalore, what is your first reaction?
It's probably a white guy being edgy. Or it's a black
Why
guy.
do you say that?
Because it's a stereotype. A black man with a gun. I don't know if there's any stereotypes with specific makes or models, but a black guy.
But let's just say we all know that is an edgelord name or a troll.
Yes, even if it is an actual black guy, it's probably just someone who's trying to piss off people to try and attack him for being. You must be an edgelord. I was like, I'm actually black. It's like, oh, just to shut them up. But yeah, it's someone who's trying to piss people off.
So you gotta understand, this apparently is a guy in his past, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was paid, either got a review copy. This is from where this came from here. Let me see. Where was that meltdown part? Right here. Okay. Let me see if I can find it exactly.
You gonna have the audio for this or no?
Let me say BCC. See, he lost it right because he looks like a very angry individual, if you've never noticed.
As soon as he mentioned about that, the people who were commenting on how he was reviewing the Assassin's Creed game, I was just like, nah, this guy is not a serious person to be taken, or not a person to be taken seriously.
Okay, here's the thing, and this is about Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? Why would Yosuke have more or better armor and clothing than his masters?
He wouldn't. He would have
He
shit.
would not. His armor in-game is better than Oba's.
Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense. And not even just because master or not.
This is actually in the game.
It's also because he's a black guy in
By
Japan.
the way, I want you to know the sign of not a liberal is shilling your Blue Sky account.
Oh, yeah, because all the extreme right MAGA people use.
There is no. Now, the English voice acting
is atrocious.
Oh, he just says Death Stranding 2 looks dope. And he says it was with this face because he's going to get a review copy for it. I'm sorry, Death Stranding 2, I never had interest in the first game. I won't have interest in the second. It's the mailman simulator. Now, this isn't the part where, because I want you to see his clothing. That is Oba's armor.
No, but as I was saying
Oba's armor should be immaculate.
Well, and it wasn't even just because he's a master. A black guy in Japan at this time, even if the story was legit that he was a samurai or a ninja, whatever you want, whatever he was still a black guy in this time period. He would have had less armor or shittier armor just by that because they would not.
So even if you go off without going into the drama, which is Thomas Lockley, right? Thomas Lockley made up everything. And then I have the stuff as well Probably saved it. Like I have to find it. Goes back to the original tweets when Mudahar and everyone, when they were like, we are not going to disrespect Japan.
But then they do. Then they shit all
They
over.
had two statements, one in English, one in Japanese with horrendous translation on Twitter. Now, here's what you would notice. Oba's armor should be immaculate.
Yes.
He is a daimyo, warlord. Why does his armor look like a basic bitch?
Yeah, they paid no respect. The fact
Why? Why?
Because they're not paying respect. They're making the black guy to be the best.
So he apparently loses it. See, when you get so okay, look. That's one of his warlords. That warlord has better. That's one of his generals. Sorry. His general has better armors than Oba.
You're trying to.
That does not make sense.
They have no respect. They do not pay attention to actual lore.
His general would not have better armor than him. Oba was literally the head of it. And if you see Oba's armor, I actually have the other down. That's the advisor. The advisor has a better look than Oba. Now, at this time in Japan, okay, just to give an idea, it would have just been discovered. The Japanese wouldn't have killed them, but left them on the island. The actual historical records of Yasuke was he was brought over by the Portuguese. He stayed in Japan for 5 years. He was a retainer. A samurai at this time was more of a class. Oba was also a Western file. He liked exotic things. Anything from outside Japan, he would get his hands on.
Mm-hmm.
He was one of the leading innovators in gun warfare in Japan. Firearms combat. Before the late Shingaku period and before the show where the show Shogun, or the movie, literally the movie back in the day takes place. Which, so we're talking about. And the thing is, he's trying to give, like, the idea, but we all accept him. Because if, let's say he was brought over as a slave, why would he have a better looking stuff? By the way, if you were actually going to do the monks in... Okay, do you know why Shogun was more respectful of Japanese culture?
Because it actually respected the culture.
They're actually doing a season 2 of Shogun. Do you know what made them different? Do you know why they wore orange robes? Because it differentiated the orders. They wore different robes. Ubisoft did not do their research on this.
Oh no, and if he's a slave, why does he
He
already
is not going to be dressed that immaculately.
No, and this is when he's being handed over to them when he's still a slave, correct? At this point in the game?
Yeah.
Why would he have all these fancy clothes? They would have given him enslaved clothes,
Here you
not in
go.
not in fancy Japanese clothing.
I want you to understand this. This is where this starts. Here. He goes, here we go with a racist comment. This is the room. Now, what if I told you this guy uses the buzzwords like grifter, anti-wokers? Would you believe me? He pre-blocked Hypnotic. He pre-blocked all his critics. On his Twitter, he got called out for pre-blocking. Ironically, he is followed by Disparity, another consumer of video games. So Shogun was more faithful than Ubisoft is.
Well, Shogun Japanese also have a way to sort of go more not necessarily accurate always, like even in Western historical pieces like cowboys and stuff, it wasn't always like how they posted it, how it is in movies and TV. They exaggerate a lot of stuff, and the Japanese exaggerate some of their history for movies and TV as well. It makes a better story.
Let me show this.
So they don't mind some exaggeration on stuff.
This was from FX's version of Shogun.
Mm-hmm.
What do you see? Look at the armor.
No, it looks more.
Look at the professional setting.
Yes. They also didn't steal.
Look at the characters.
They also did not steal a sign from another company without its permission, put in the game like it was.
This is history. Even the basic samurai at the time. Look,
they're dressed
appropriate.
Like again,
even the basic soldiers in armor.
Like I said, some things are exaggerated, and that's fine, and they're okay with it. But they still keep it as close to history, accurate. Some of the basics, like clothing and stuff.
Yeah.
Like ninjas weren't all ninja like how they.
Now they made one screw up in the show. One. By the way, do you know what that one was?
What?
The firearms.
Oh,
he came over with like a blunderbuss pistol that wouldn't have been around for like 100 years.
That happens in everything.
But that was an egregious mistake.
No. They didn't put company signs from current.
I recommend this show to people. This is a thing. When you see the battle scenes, you see the armor, right? This is the actual, like, what old armor looks like.
Yes.
This is preserved to this day.
Because they respect their history.
It doesn't look like this.
No. But here's another thing Shogun did. They used actual Japanese actors.
Oh, look, I'm kind of against a season 2.
Why? What are they doing in season 2? I didn't even watch it.
They're okay. The way the book ends, right, is... The way the book ends, It ends with him admitting he burned the ship because there's a whole moral lesson. It was him keeping him there. Like, this dude sold the role. Like, him as an actor, yes. They are going to show the armor, the Battle of Sekigahara. They did not talk about it. But when you look at the settings in the show, they get it down. Ubisoft isn't doing that. This has always been our contention. The original character in Shadows, the player character choice, was going to be a Japanese monk. Now, this was his crash out. Now, I'm going to say this. My issue that I had the falling out with Disparity over was Disparity at one point before Goonergate tried to call me saying I don't have my own opinions. This was before his descent into consumerism.
Mm-hmm.
And I ain't going to even bash him for lying if you're not a gamer because you didn't complete games last year, which blew up on him. I've completed games. This guy has basically leached off and played Veilguard multiple times and Stalker multiple times. His top played game last year was Multiverses. Do I need to say more?
No.
Yet live service games are trash. Yet your biggest games played are League of Legends, Dead by Daylight, and Multiverses. This is a man very similar to this guy. Like, he's instantly looking at chat and getting bent out of shape. And I do have the other one down. He's not a historical figure because nobody has proof on him.
No. There's records of someone like him being around, but not to the capacity which people are saying, oh, he was a samurai or whatnot.
This I have the other rant, his rant down. He got a lot of praise for this rant.
Imagine my shock.
Not every game is called woke. Baldur's Gate 3 was designed 2/3 the way through to be a legit video game.
Oh, it's one of those games that has woke elements 100%. But it's not a woke
By the
game.
way, this is a man who's been on the internet for 20 years who had this meltdown.
Wait, how old is he? He's only been online for 20
37.
years?
37.
So he's a year younger than me.
If you were have a 1.3 million subs, he ain't the only one. Mighty Keith and a bunch of other grifters. Now, got that part. What does that show?
Oh, I don't have.
Do you know when a person plays a video game, they look like they're invested in it?
Yes, he looks bored.
Like when you see me play Kingdom Come Deliverance, if I'm quiet during cutscenes, it's because I'm fascinated by them.
Or you're taking it in. He's sitting
That
there.
game has good immersion.
Well, and it's also good graphics and whatnot. He's sitting there, leaning to the side, sucking on his vape robot dick, and looking bored.
And what do you notice about the graphics in these games? And he's playing it at 4K. The models look like ass.
I was just gonna say they don't look like modern games. In all honesty,
Supposedly, by the way, Sorter sent something from Twitter. This is a black man ripped off. This model is ripped off from Division Heartlands.
I don't know that game, so I can't.
That's a canceled product.
Okay.
So as I said, he was not given. Like, can you imagine? Like, he hasn't paid for a game in years. No. He pre-blocked everybody.
Imagine my shock.
Now, bear in mind, he then claimed his account got hacked, by the way. Like, he's been getting a lot of stuff. Like, this doesn't look like he's enjoying the game.
No, it looks like he's being forced to play something he doesn't enjoy at all.
He's doing it on stream. He also said at the same time, and I just give this credit, because Hypnotic had a near seizure when he had to listen to the response. Unlike Hypnotic, I can sit through this, but he has so much stuff wrong. This is just him with members. He was said for 3 weeks I had to do a review of AI Limit and Kazan. From all indications, this is a good game, by the way. But this is Souls-like, so take it for what it's worth. He uploaded this all in one day. Or over, right? And he had an embargo. And he's over here playing it on stream. Now, if you look at his links, what do you see here? Blue Sky.
Logitech. He's got a Logitech sponsorship?
Okay, the shills, you remember when I said the shills have been out for this game in full force?
Yep.
Do you know what IGN rated this game?
What?
An 8. Do you know what they rated Guard? A 7.
Oh yeah, usually what the big guys are rating games, is bullshit.
So literally, he said, by the way, a joke, and don't laugh too hard, get it out of the way now. He said he got racist threats, death threats on Blue Sky.
Probably from other white liberals.
People don't realize. Now let me find. A second, I have to go just pull that up. So, here's something. And I warn people for the faint of heart. If you think that this... So, what are you getting? He's from Nashville, Tennessee, right?
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly a gun owner. You know who's also from Tennessee? He's from Memphis, Tennessee, right? Just for the record. He's from Memphis, Tennessee. That's Blurred Without Fear. Guy who got me arguably into comics, but let's be clear here. Oh, there's one thing I have never, ever, gone over. There's a guy who did a video who's supposedly on Anthem. See, there's two types of shills. It's the sponsored shills. That's what we call skill up, shill up.
Mm-hmm.
Skill up started reviewing Ubisoft games. He came from the Division community. Then he just became a reviewer.
Okay.
Right? Then you also have the developers. So this was a developer on Anthem who says your $70 does not entitle you to criticize game devs or make comments and harass them for bad products.
Jesus Christ.
So I'm supposed to pay $70 for a half
That's
baked
along the same lines as just because you pay for a game doesn't mean you own it.
Really?
You haven't heard that?
Oh, yeah. There's the one just...
Yeah, that they can take it down at any time or change it, or just because you pay for it, like you don't own a video game is like, and then you wonder why people pirate.
I mean, let's be clear. Do you know why? I've seen Disparity go in and say you don't play a game day one. Now, you know, I had to clean up, actually had to clean up my tabs, and now I have literally have a folder that I just move something to.
Mm-hmm.
And it just, actually, I cleaned out my tabs and I got moved over here, supposedly. And what the hell? You know, I'm starting to develop that YouTuber problem of moving stuff and things disappear.
That's why you bookmark.
Yeah, it's either you. That's why you have multiple hard drives.
No, what I was doing when I was considering streaming more often, and then gave up right away, was when I had videos I wanted to stream. I created a specific a very private playlist on YouTube for
you either stick it in a private playlist or you stick it in something. And okay, no, it got shoved into videos.
No,
and then it takes it to another.
No, but what you do is you make a private playlist.
So we're gonna
pause. You make a private playlist for just videos you plan on streaming for the next stream.
Yeah.
And you make a private folder, and you make a folder on your search bar, on your bookmark bar.
That's just
that would just stream things. So if something happens, they're there.
Or if not, and then again, right.
But you have it but set everything up bookmark as you find for a stream. That way you don't lose it.
Well, people are saying like sales numbers, right? Because I haven't even touched upon the recent rant by the Japanese Prime Minister.
Oh.
Yeah, so IGN as of 4 hours ago. The game has hit. Oh, here we go. Assassin's Creed Shadows is now up to 3 million players, but still no sales figures from Ubisoft.
Mm-hmm.
Can we say this out loud? Xbox Live, Ubisoft Plus.
Oh, yeah. And again, one thing to also look at is, out of all those numbers and all those people, how many signed up for that right before the game?
Or have just been there.
Yeah, who are just reoccurring members who've been there for a while or for over a month.
Can I say Space Marine 2? You know what? You want to see a genuine sign of a company? When they announced their players base. They did the player announcement. They thanked their players. They said, within a period, right? They said, congratulations on having legit 1 to 2 million players. it opened to 2 million players. Right?
Mm-hmm.
On launch day. KCD2. Let me see. KCD2 is a good example. They announced player sales. They actually announced they had 2 million in sales as of a month ago. 2 million sales. That's more legit than this. And I saw friends on my Steam playlist playing this. But back to this. This is going to take a bit. Now, I apologize for any potential brain aneurysms.
Just look, I've got to say, just looking at him, the chin strap beard just is not a very good look.
He was a fat. Renown described him as the fat guy who got fit.
No, but usually the person with the chin strap beard is usually a few people. A redneck, pedo.
To be fair, he's from
Flaming
Tennessee.
Or someone who goes to a gay bar.
Damn. By the way, what?
What?
Oh, have you? Oh. So this is as of a day ago. So when I said this was Ubisoft's last shot, what if I told you they're talking about
shutting down the company?
They're talking about an investor buyout.
Oh yeah, not surprised.
This is bad. Like the stock price.
Well, who was the one that did Star Wars, recent Star Wars game that got shut down?
It didn't get shut down. Outlaws.
Not the game, but not the game got shut down.
What is it? I have to find that. Let me a second. Well,
but the one who made Outlaws.
Outlaws didn't get shut down.
Not the game got shut down, but the company that made it shut down.
It's still there.
Who is it?
No, it's mainly done through Massive, and Massive is the main open world developer. They didn't get shut down. They're still there.
After that.
Maybe, because don't get it confused, because the company that did Concord, and to my knowledge, those people are still at Ubisoft. Because Ubisoft's main open world developers are Massive.
Oh, I'm trying to find out the news I heard about the people who did Outlaws. Do you know what the top article is? Which is not something to brag about. Assassin's Creed Shadows dwarf Star Wars Outlaw sales in the UK.
To be fair. So this has been going on for a while. They've been the investors. So around 2023 or 2024, this is right around before the layoffs, when Ubisoft announced Ubisoft Quartz, which was NFTs. And they were going to throw Division franchise by the wayside. They then around in 2024 is when they announced they were going to redouble into Division 2. They were actually going to kill off Division. And that next to Rainbow Six Siege was making them money.
No, and I know
they have not had a buyout. They've been talking. So the investor buyout. Let me see. This was as of
No, it was Star Wars. It was Star Wars Hunters that I knew that shut down. I knew that was never going to work.
Tencent already.
Oh,
What is this? As of so as December 6th, Ubisoft shareholders talk over possible buyout terms. That was last year because the Glamont family owns so the Tencent is basically the arm of the Chinese government.
mm-hmm.
If you don't know that.
Okay, and I was partially right, and also I knew I wasn't. Star Wars Hunters was the game that was shut down, and I knew it was going to be shut down because it's another one of those sandbox shooter.
So Ubisoft stock, by the way, has lost 45% of its stock price in 10 months.
But I was right about after Ubisoft lays off 185 employees and shuts down Ubisoft Leamington.
So Belluar News or Belluar Games, they've been hinting at it. Like, we all know that Ubisoft's been on the rocks for the longest time. See, Tencent has been trying to acquire parts for a while, but Tencent's equivalent to BlackRock, but they're an arm of the Chinese government. This is what people don't understand. Now, apparently, and I'd have to look into this because I've been waiting to see this news. They've been talking about a hostile takeovers go back because they got tried to be over by Vivendi in 2018. And there has been near revolts to them because they haven't had really a good game in nearly 4 years. They've not had one. And if their current stock price is 12.58 euros. Now, they have been. So they did go into the game. They took down the shrine damage. You can't destroy shrines. And so when you look at games, they are legit. I don't know if someone said it didn't really pay off because what's the high? Because as I said, the idea is still cinematic. And it goes into the problem. I could dive into the whole thing with Assassin's Creed. But I actually have to just follow this more because I've said Ubisoft is surprisingly, if it's a company after this year, I'll be shocked.
No, they either have to
something is going to happen to them. But that's a matter. I'll get through this video.
But woke once you go woke, you go broke.
It's not about the wokeness as much with Ubisoft. It's bad game decisions.
No, but the bad game decisions are usually coming from wokeness.
So,
like not being able to destroy shrines, because that would be cultural disrespect. By having a black guy lying about a black person being in main hero, that's okay.
But if you look at the games that make Ubisoft money, they were going to have to release Skull and Bones. But they knew Skull and Bones was going to be a loss for them. Now, the Avatar game had been in development for years as well. I'm sure you've never heard of it. I've heard of it. It released to a fart in the wind.
Avatar, as in the blue things?
Yeah, they actually made a game out of it.
Oh, yeah, I think I heard about it.
And
But
no one
it was
really, it had good concepts, but it was way past the time. It's like why I didn't like Avatar 2, The Way of Water. 10 years too late.
Also, the problem with Avatar, the first one was such a success because it was new and breathtaking, and the effects and the all the technical stuff in it. By the second one, that's all old stuff by now, and it just this took how long? If you would have done it closer to the movie, it would have been one thing, but
and that movie, it's arguable if it broke even.
Yeah, and they want to do that again.
I can't see that.
And they're doing a third one. It's like, hey.
But I'm going to have to do, I've just been waiting because Assassin's Creed Shadows is probably the last game. Like, they have either someone big is going to come in and buy them out, or
it's going to die with them.
Well, you know the Nemesis system is dead, right?
Oh, not surprised.
So for those who don't know, Nemesis system is copyrighted by one company. And they own that patent all the way up till 2030. So the Nemesis system is gone.
And by time 2030 is, there'll already be something way better by then.
And it was the company Monolith, because Monolith filed for bankruptcy not long ago, and they were one of the last ones. They are the ones with the patent for it. So, yeah, that's the thing, right? 2 days ago, 25%. Yeah, I saw that. That's the problem. It's if in 2025, this is going to be okay. It's going to be right around Q2. But I'll get through this. I'm going to get past this video. Hypnotic couldn't get past this video. Mandalore couldn't get past the first 6 minutes.
No.
But this man, he's streaming Kazan right now, and he looks border than shit.
It was just the way he worded it that he's already going on the defense, going. And just like, and he's using all it's the same thing I do when I
using all the buzzwords. And I showed Shogun. Reason why we were scared for Shogun is I know they do really well with their limited series. That armor looks like armor. So, all right. I'll be right back out.
To the washroom.
Okay. This is the crash out he had. So I showed it. This was his response to the crash out.
Have a bit of a different stream today.
This is called Damage PR.
Just got some lunch. But things have been pretty spicy since the Assassin's Creed stream, and your typical. Well, first and foremost, let me say there has been a huge amount of support and people in agreement, and really.
Okay, I'm going to preference this. Twitter and Reddit aren't real places when it comes to gaming. They don't give a fuck about a cause. There's an argument that Arch has made that the right need to start claiming games or territory. which I agree with, the left will go in and claim it. The reason why no right-leaning people went and claimed Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3, for two portions of that game, 2/3 of that game, had no woke elements. It has the RPG elements. It has the furry stuff in it, but that's player engagement if you choose to do it. You get to Baldur's Gate, that last third of that game, you see it in the city. It reeks of modern Hasbro in modern D&D. That's where I'm at. I'm like halfway through Act 3. You know what I mean? I can't bring myself to play it.
Well, don't.
Actually, I do got to finish that campaign. It has gotten a lot better, but I have to. Look, it's modern D&D.
Oh, I thought you said you couldn't bring yourself to play this video.
No, I am going to play this video because Hypnotic skipped over a very vital part. His audience would have had an aneurysm. He admits he has never bought a game in a while. This is the thing. Let the people tell. I want you to listen for all the buzzwords.
I already heard enough buzzwords in that quick second that I played when you sent it to me originally.
Oh man.
It's like no more.
I appreciate that. It's nice to know I'm not the only one who is tired of all this bullshit. But then, your typical grifters went and picked the story up. Now there's...
By the way, all the video game people in this sphere who say they play video games and don't play video games, yeah, Disparity, you've only beaten 3 games this year.
Hey,
Whoops, it's 4. I thought you were a video gamer. Get off Stalker.
I want to say something. Renowned, if you're still there in the chat, I don't know you, but I like you. You know why I like you? Because Fag Beans doesn't like you, and he's gay for you. You should charge him with sexual harassment.
Look, he's my pet Neanderthal. It's like do you remember the 90s movie Caveman? The Caveman movie?
With Brendan Fraser.
Encino Man, yes.
Yeah.
As a joke, Renowned.
But Renowned, he's a gay fetish for you. All he does is repost pictures of you.
Yes, he does. That's his effort.
You should definitely do something where you charge him for stalking or sexual harassment.
You should
because he is creepy with you.
True.
It'd be hilarious that he got charged with sexual harassment.
Yeah. If you want to come on this, remember when I tried to say if Hypnotic got to the 14-minute mark, he couldn't even get there. Okay, this is how bad Hypnotic had with this video. He had a dedicated stream to it because he kept having to start and stop it. And then his audience got to 13 minutes. All he had to do was get to the 14-minute mark. Get to the 14-minute mark where he literally admits his channel, he has not paid for a video game. The thing that drives me nuts about these people that cover games and they say they're gamers, don't use every social justice buzzword ever.
No, the ones who are actual game reviewers, sometimes they will use the anti-woke buzzwords, but they still try and give games a fair chance.
Yeah, like, what is it? Legacy Killer HD is kind of getting up there in age. Synthetic Man is getting a little up there in his cranky age, too. Right?
as I said, he's never paid for a game. And I go back to
I showed his channel. He's been given keys all year.
And I show you, and I mentioned the different types of people who have that beard. He sucks for games. I'm willing to bet he does gay things. He's gay for pay.
Don't say that. That's mean.
All sorts of
dumb personal opinion bullshit and thought, not stated as actual fact.
I know it's not facts; it's bad jokes
floating around. So I figured, let's do a stream.
This is his side of the story.
Let's make it a disaster. We can make an open invitation for anyone that actually wants to try and stand on business instead of making up little bullshit to help get their viewers angry.
For this a second.
But regardless, let's talk.
He said, "Do you hear what he said? Let's
talk about what happened."
He said, if anyone wants to come on and talk, he pre-blocked so many people.
Yeah?
He got called out on this on his Twitter.
Oh, and he won't ever admit to it. He's like, I'll talk to everyone. But everyone who wants...
blocked Hypnotic. If Twitter wasn't being a piece of shit, I would bring that up.
It's not being a piece of shit. It's working fine for me. It's probably your internet because you had to restart anyway. It's your computer.
Probably.
Have you checked to see if your computer is doing updates? Pause those and it might fix things up. Yeah. That's my go-to internet issues.
All right. Let's see if the cat gets out of the bag here, by the way. Here we go. I love it when YouTubers tell on themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to look at this. Most of these idiots were blocked long before the drama because all they do is post slop. I want that on my timeline to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
That's not very stand-on business of you. Stand-on business requires someone willing to be genuine and have a discussion. Not a single one of them has reached out.
Is Stray Beans a fan of him? Because this seems like something he would do.
This is Disparity's a fan of him. Just as he is of anybody. Do you think I was making this shit up?
No.
About this, Dan? Like, he goes, stand on principle, right? No. This is a defense mechanism.
Most of the people like him who say stand on principle have no principles to begin with.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I ain't gonna read. This is supposedly a post that got him mad on Twitter. Now, everyone who has reviewed the game didn't he get a review copy of the game?
Oh, I'm pretty sure he did.
What does this say?
Oh, I gotta put this back into full screen. I'm not.
Can you read what that says?
Yeah, I can read it. If you stop changing the side, I'm not even supporting the game. I called out racist bullshit and told people to move on if that's their problem with the game. Show me a single timestamp where I said you should buy Shadows and support the devs.
Move in the goalpost, huh?
Wait, he says the game is racist? That doesn't seem very woke of him. How is he calling the game racist?
He never called out the racist stuff in the game now, did he?
No, he would support. He says everyone who calls it out because there's a black lead is racist.
And I told you, one of the usernames that made fun of him was called a black man with a Glock. That guy has come into Hypnotic's chat before and super chatted him.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think Hypnotic did?
Laughed?
Yes.
Most sane people would. The point of stupid usernames isn't even to troll anymore. It's usually more just to make someone laugh.
He literally laughed and said, "You're so wrong for that username."
Exactly. It's more of a fun thing. Like those two people I shared with you, Ranting Monkey and Adonis Paul. Some of the names they come into are relevant to the stories he tells, or from a story they told before that got a laugh. Though they're meant to get laughs out of.
So this guy basically has been on the defensive since this rant. But you see, he has a review for AI Limits up, right? You can hear him mention 2 games he's reviewed. He has to get a review out for. That's Berserker, and that's AI Limit. Because I get accused by Gay Beans of taking stuff out of context. Look, he doesn't like this. The dude is getting out-ratioed. He just has people who like him because he stands up to it.
Uh-huh.
You see how he's being, like, disingenuous?
Can you... Whoa. Very quickly, go up.
Uh-huh.
The Trump pic, the Marmalin. Can you send me that one? I want that image.
Uh-oh.
No, I just have a bunch of Trump memes for pissing off libs, and I want that one.
Really, Mandalore?
Are you really that surprised?
Oh, God.
Are you really that surprised?
This is why I don't Twitter.
This is why I keep getting in trouble on Twitter.
So, he was running from this. This is why I have a warped sense of humor.
Oh, yes.
Sorry. Oh, God. No, the crash shot was justified. Someone had finally said it. Like, these were the people supporting him, right? Yeah. Okay.
Now, for those that were not here the other day, we were playing Assassin's Creed Shadows. And at the part of the stream we were at, Yasuke was on screen. Now, for those that don't know, Yasuke is a historical figure in Japanese history. He was brought over by the Portuguese and then taken by Nobunaga. Now, there's obviously a...
Okay, this is why. So, let me show something. Let me show this. I want you to show this. I'm going to show this. All right? This is why I had to do this. Okay? All right. This is the Wikipedia page for Yasuke that has been constantly edited.
Yeah, I was going to say, Wikipedia is not a reliable source, and it has been for years because it can be edited by anyone.
Now, you can even go down and see the edit history was largely edited by Thomas Lockley. A lot of this stuff comes from Thomas Lockley.
Uh-huh.
For those who do not know, Thomas Lockley, hello, Judo, how are you? Thomas Lockley was exposed as a fraud. Okay?
Imagine my shock.
During the marketing for this game, did you know what if that I shock? They used a woman who wrote a book, a Japanese woman. He got exposed for lying about Yasuke.
Uh-huh.
Now I am going to show that part place. But there is a lot of evidence for this. He wrote the story. This was last year. Thomas Lockley. What if I said they used a Japanese woman, a professor who was shown to be a consultant? Now, this comes from a particular podcast, which I also found the link for. It was right here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I swear, and if I will have to dig it up, is the video of the developers talking about the game. They wanted a person to represent themselves. Then they heard about a black samurai in Japan. This is literally an era where you have so many legendary samurai. You can't step. It's like without stepping on a rake. Sideshow Bob stepping on a rake. That is how many notable samurai were in the Shingaku period this was in.
Mm-hmm.
And you chose a black man.
Oh, I know.
This is a period you cannot literally be Sideshow Bob stepping on a rake to find a warlord, find a legendary samurai or ronin without getting someone.
No, I know.
Well,
it's wokeism.
Yeah, hold on. Oh yeah, by the way, this is a video from 1 month ago. This was the statement, by the way.
Just for or whatever his name is?
Yep.
Never watched him. I just know some people.
So they screwed up the Japanese translation.
Mm-hmm.
This was the leaks. The game got leaked. Oh, by the way, what if I told you during the game they introduced watermelons earlier to Japan just because a black man was in a game?
Oh, you want racist? Liberals are the most racist.
Good. That was actually a thing.
Liberals are the most racist. They're the ones who don't think blacks can get a voter ID because they're too stupid. It was liberals who said they don't know how to use a computer. Or they don't know how to find it.
So this statement that he has at the beginning was the Ubisoft statement that they had two versions of it and they fucked the Japanese version of it up. But yes, I want to show this. This is the Wikipedia page that has been re-edited so many times over the last 2 years. He was also entrusted with carrying weapons. He is literally twice the size. What do you think the average Japanese man was during this time?
Small.
Like 5'4". Right? So a black warrior, his life was inspired portrayals by literature and modern culture. They have edited this so many times. He is in letters and everything else.
You know how you can tell it's not true?
They are doing everything. They have been quoting. People do not understand how screwed up Japan is politically and sometimes socially.
No, but you know how you can tell this is the whole thing is bullshit. Japanese and Chinese are very proud of their history, even stuff they don't agree with, like different parties.
Huh.
But they are very proud of their history and acknowledge it.
You want to know what's funny?
No, but if he was real and he was someone of and he was a samurai, he would be a lot more used in Japanese culture. Black people would be a lot more liked in Asia. But guess what? They're not fans of them.
You know what's funny? I'll say this, right? Do you know all these legendary samurai?
Mm-hmm.
All these people? I bet someone in Tokugawa, would have said, had more records of it.
They were very good at keeping records in history, as I said.
Technically, Ieyasu, when he took over, he has formed what we think of samurai now. So upward mobility during the Shingaku period was a lot better. You know what I mean by that, right, Mandalore?
Yep.
Upward mobility was a lot better. So it wasn't about who you knew. It was about what you knew. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You had to be good. There was a lot of people promoted during the Shingaku period that were oh yeah, Demion's video is way too long. Yes, they're also, what if I told people they're threatening to sue people?
Oh yeah, they were threatening to sue people, the developers and whatnot, if for anyone who said anything bad about them was going to get sued.
So all these weird records, right? Supposedly he was given a samurai rank, which you have to say either a class or a low tier retainer. I don't think would be the case. Look, if you want to get into the actual history, right? He's been in games. He's been in stuff. A person brought him up in 1968. He's been in a couple of animes and mangas over the years. But he's the stuff of myth. Prior to the Edo period, there is stuff that's lost.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's kind of like a time of myth. Even the Japanese have a hard time remembering a period in modern Japan before the Edo period. It's like us trying to accurately remember the medieval period in Europe. Does that make sense? There's too much either lost knowledge. I know, but I want to go over Fighting Cowboys, at least to the 14-minute mark. I know, but I don't like to steal from Endymion.
Of iffy records about what happened back then. Some people say
I just want this. Did you very...
Some people say he was raised up to a samurai. Regardless, I'm not here to talk about that. Okay, that's beyond the point.
It must be political
because Assassin's Creed has always been historical fiction. Okay.
Sorry, I gotta get.
We never actually punched a pope. We never actually had flying machines. That shit.
Assassin's Creed has always been historical fiction. But there's always a protagonist or a storyline.
Based on history. Actual
a
history.
Period of history during that time. So,
what was the one like in Roman times?
There hasn't been one in Rome.
Not Roman times. With the guys who slept with everyone.
So you are first introduced to the Renaissance with Brotherhood, which is the search for the apple, which is the leading plot. Assassin's Creed hasn't had an official plot since the end of 3. You can fight me on that, and I don't think they have. There's no reason for the Animus still being used unless you're just searching for Apples of Eden, Sword of Eden, or what the hell they're looking for now. There's no purpose.
Yes. Odyssey in Greece.
So Odyssey, it's supposed to go Origins to Odyssey. Then in the timeline, that child goes on to found the Assassin Order in Rome. That's the actual timeline. Ubisoft hasn't followed through with that. But they canceled that storyline. Yeah.
Shouldn't be an issue. But so we had people in stream. There were 2 comments in particular that popped up. We had, I guess this is the new 2K, and then better make sure the black guy doesn't pull out the Glock.
I'm sorry, I screwed up that name. Better make sure the black guy doesn't pull out the Glock. You know. But that guy came into Hypnotic's chat once. That's a unique username. You're going to remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see how butthurt he was by that look?
Both those people got timed out. And then we had other comments that I'm not going to repeat. There's some comments that I pinned on Blue Sky that were just
by the way, if you
outright racism, like just slurs. And those, thankfully, those get held. Those don't even make it into chat because we got filters. And if you somehow are like, no, nobody could be making slurs about Assassin's Creed, like, bro, go on Twitter, look up Assassin's Creed Shadows, and type the slur of your choice into that search bar, and you will see what I'm talking about. So, in that moment, we were...
Oh. Would you like to see why this man's lying through his teeth?
Because anytime someone says something negative about this game, like any woke property, they assume it's just because of that he's black. It's not that he's black, it's that he's black and it makes no sense for him to be in that game. The game is also crap in general, from what I've seen. And we've shared back and forth. There are people who are defending the game who says you might as well say the N-word by actually saying it because that's what you mean to say. It's like, no. And the one who I was thinking about was Alcibiades, like, or however you pronounce it. Like, from what I've seen of all these games is they always have some sense in reality, but they're not true stories.
Hold on a second. I have to look. I'm going to make sure of this.
Well,
I want to make sure because what he said
isn't no. But while you're looking that up,
no, you know what? I'm typing it in the slur of my choice. Nothing's coming up.
No, he's lying.
Nothing is coming up.
No, because it's bullshit. They say that they're pretty much saying it. It's just like all games, all good games have some stuff that's true to pull you into.
I want you to see. This is how good Assassin's Creed Shadows is.
No, but as I was saying,
this is really good. By the way,
yes.
I want you to understand. A picture says 1,000 words.
What's the term called? And I used it for.
we weren't even
Acolyte.
Playing yet.
And he says his filters. Please show what your filters caught.
No, but I just want to say all games have a matter of some truth. Even science fiction has some real science in it. And that's where we come, and that's where we brought up in Star Wars, the bonfire in space. it made no sense. For like, well, science fiction, blah 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 blah. It's like,
but I have a question. Why did the I want you to explain to me one day why there was fires or burning wreckage over Coruscant.
Okay, fire can exist in space. It just won't last long. Just like the Death Star, there was a huge fire, but guess what? It goes out because all the oxygen is sucked out. It doesn't last long.
Because even in the Battle of Coruscant,
a leak on a ship. If it was fire, if there was a fire on the ship from a leak or something, would have been like a mini torch or some sort of torch where it's just spewing out. It wouldn't be a crackling bonfire.
Yeah. See, there's the right answer. I'll give you that.
There's all like that. That's what I'm saying. There is always some reality base, even in science fiction. Like, yes, fire exists and like things can burn that exist that don't normally burn.
But yes,
but it would still burn how it would burn in reality.
It would be like wreckage or something would happen.
Yeah, and the fire wouldn't last long. And if any fire coming out would be a torch, it would just be straight.
You might see seared wreckage or something.
Yes.
But it might be hot metal or something like that.
And it would cool down very quickly. You see the red ambers disappear quickly. Mm-hmm. Just like Assassin's Creed. It would be all the games are based in a real time, in real history, but telling non-real stories. Yes. But they all have real people and real things related to that time in real situations.
By the way, this is the face of the man who said he was getting a lot of racial slurs in his chat.
A black samurai was not a real thing in that time.
Can you spot the slurs here in the massive racist in this chat?
Well, if you pause for a second so I can read. Snake. That's a racist term, I'm guessing. Cowboy.
Well, he is broke back, yes.
Wife. Heya. That's got to be a slur.
See, oh, look. Just being racist for zero reason.
I'm sorry, if he was so anti-racist like he says he is, even though he's more racist.
I'd have to go look.
Angry. He would be.
Let me give him credit. Let's assume he was streaming to Blue Sky. Oh, not gonna lie, I never though. Fighting Cowboy is a community. Fighting Cowboys would be Coxon. He's a wholesome guy. Let's assume he was streaming across. This man looked like someone just kicked him in the keister.
It's just...
Yes, he didn't look like he was enjoying himself.
And
basically, in like the opening cutscene,
copies is he going to be getting?
And we had people that were upset.
He'll still get
specifically
copies
about the existence of a black guy.
He chose a line
in a Japanese setting. This had nothing to do with Ubisoft's microtransactions. Had nothing to do with optimization. Had nothing to do with the setting. It was simply black dude in a Japanese game. And we called that out. We said, get the fuck out. If you don't like it here, fucking leave. Everyone is tired of listening to this shit. Get the fuck out. And then,
what did I say I had an issue with in the game?
The horrible gameplay.
What else did I say? A black man who's supposed to be a slave has better armor than a warlord.
Accuracy. It's the actual accuracy, and there is no such thing as a black samurai, especially in that period.
Bro, even his armor wouldn't be on par with open.
Of course, your typical grifters, they like to make up.
Even just the clothes he was brought in would have been slave outfits, not fancy Japanese clothing
or Portuguese clothing.
He would be literally coming in like a potato sack.
Yes. Imagine.
Not
bullshit,
elegant clothing.
Oh, woke left.
I just want you to understand. Have you noticed that he's using all the grifters? What's a grifter in YouTube?
Someone who lies, someone who uses race, false titles, everything else. It's all bullshit. There's many things.
Leftist cowboy is, I don't know, shilling for Ubisoft and blah, 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 because none of them actually have a point to stand on. They're all little, black dude in a Japanese game.
Listen to this.
And we called that out. We said, get the fuck out. If you don't like it here, fucking leave. Everyone is tired of listening to this shit. Get the fuck out. And then, of course, your typical grifters, they like to make up bullshit. Oh, woke leftist cowboy is, I don't know, shilling for Ubisoft and blah, 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 because none of them actually have a point to stand on. They're all little.
How much do you want to bet later on? He's going to say, let's say Elon's bad and he's a leftist with a gun. This is the greatest part about the second half of the video. He openly admits he's a liberal in Tennessee.
They exist.
What do we call those? A leftist.
Well,
and who's the only person we ever hear this language out of?
Leftist.
Weak-willed men that like to hide behind.
If he was not as libtard or leftist as he says he is, they wouldn't say if you have a problem with the black guy and this or the non-factual parts of this, don't bother.
Yep.
Avatars or made up names, and they don't actually stand on business. They don't. They probably don't stand at all. I can't imagine most.
I showed a tweet where he says he doesn't stand on business. He stands on business, but he won't talk to them. And he justifies pre-blocking him as of 2 hours ago. Right. Yeah, that's bad.
These people are active. They probably don't go to the gym. They probably don't work out. They probably just sit inside all day and hide.
And he has to flex.
But that's beyond the point, okay? Let's give the grifters a break for it.
I want you to see the look on his face. The look on his face. That's the look of someone who is evil. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I was going to say the blonde eyes and that look gives me Nazi vibes.
I mean, is that reddish hair?
But either way, those blue eyes, that evil smile, I'm getting Nazi vibes.
I know, Riedel. Look, this is where.
Second. So what actually happened is we had people that were upset about a black guy on the screen, and they were called out. They were called out live, and that needs to happen more.
Where did you do it?
Why did I get so fucking angry? Let's talk about it. Because, bro, it's obnoxious. It's obnoxious. I mean, like, for real, let's talk about the last year in gaming.
Let's.
Fucking Stellar Blade drama. Because there was a titty window added. Oh, there's sense.
That was a lie? Do you know why people had an issue with the censorship? Because they were going to bring it over to America and then Sony was going to censor it? An article for that. Try again.
They're taking away the gooning. Elden Ring drama. Because, they hid it behind a...
Did they say they took away the gooning? Did he really say about the gooning?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yes, he did. You didn't get this far. This is a treasure.
I barely got a couple seconds into this. And by the way, my wife's on the way home, so she'll probably want me to end the chat, be out of here soon, so.
Okay.
I'll let you know when.
They hid it behind a fucking boss, and it's too expensive. Fucking, let me actually know. I could probably come up with drama for every fucking game we had. I bet. Let me pull up a playlist of the last year.
You're taking too long.
Just trying to Photoshop quickly.
Stalker 2, people were upset just because the fact that it was a Ukrainian studio.
No.
Bullshit. I've never heard anything.
No. Never happened. Stalker 2, no one had issues with. Leftists had an issue with it.
Studio, so that got a bunch of shit. Dragon Age, people were upset that there was a character who went by they, them in the game. So
Dragon Age. I don't
even play Dragon Age. The Veil Guard is an abomination on so many levels. I can't even. It goes beyond the non-binary character.
No, that was honestly part of it. He was right there, but that's not just the one character. That wasn't a Dragon Age game. Like, you compare it to other Dragon Age games, like they want more Dragon Age, and you show these videos from the previous games, and then they show that. That wasn't a Dragon Age game. That was someone who took a Dragon Age title and applied it to some garbage. Jesus fuck.
What do you mean? All right. This is shorter. This is how she introduces herself.
Oh, I know how they do. You don't need to bring that up.
Okay, people don't think this is how. So there's a scene, right? She goes, "We're going to go get food." This is how, and there's a 5-minute scene, right? She has a thing. She goes, "Why can't you be traditional?" Literally in the game, she sits down, delivers a salad. Someone said, so this must be how someone came out to their family. And there's this part where they leave out. Warriors can't be men or women. This was in here. I've gone over this before. This was a legit concern. She just lays down, sits down. She goes, "Mom, I'm non-binary." And of course, the mother's like, "Well, yes."
Got a bunch of shit.
It also got shit because it was a bad game.
We had fucking Avowed, which came out. People were upset about Avowed because the existence of pronouns was...
It was shit, and the pronouns thing was deemed optional on release. Try again.
It's offensive. We had people that were upset about KCD because there was a single gay relationship.
Okay, I can speak on this. Because do you know what I got hit with? On my stream the other day?
What?
I fucking shit you not. Do you want to know the first relationship that I have been offered? I have been rude. Nothing but rude to Sir Hans. Do you know what the first relationship I was offered?
Him,
right out the gate. This happened on my stream the other day. You heard me on stream go, "Nope." I have been nothing but a douche to him the entire game.
He likes rough men. He likes to be manhandled.
Like, I'm to the point where after that, I had to go cleanse my palate and go kill shit to go solve a quest or two. There's 2 gay relationships in that thing. Like, the guy who's the sword handler in the Troslovitz castle is gay too. When he goes to meet up with Jost, right? Not Jost, but the bandit leader, you hear them knocking boots in the fucking room. Again, it's in my playthrough. I'm like, okay. It's there. KCD2 I still like. But there's more than one gay character in there. But the first relationship that I was offered by anyone was Hans. To say I like it. Fuck. And up until then, you meet all sorts of female protagonists, right? You can woo them, do whatever. There's a woman, like, during a scene that talks about your legs, right? Like, oh, I like it. Like, the Bonnie one finds you attractive, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have done nothing. But no one had an issue with KCD 2. It is still a good game. Only a couple of quest bugs I'm finding.
Chip you could have in the game, and now people are upset about.
But it is also medieval history too. What happened to gay people in the Middle Ages? There's actually a storyline. You can find this on stream. When the one guy you got to go fist fight, he admits if you have charisma, he's not into women. And the brother found out he wasn't going to marry her. Comes and gets a group of people to beat him up. So he's an herbalist who lives in the middle of the woods for obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's gay. Because that's how medieval stuff would work. You wouldn't have this in a city. But other than that, and I'm like, interesting plot point. And I go, this is historically accurate. This is why he's living in the middle of nowhere.
Yep, it makes sense.
Shadows, because there's gay stuff and a black guy. And honestly, and this is the fun thing. This is the fun thing, right? If y'all have friends that don't watch streams, if y'all have friends that just play video games, they don't fuck with social media, ask them about this shit. Be like, yo, did you hear about the Stellar Blade drama? Did you hear about the Assassin's Creed drama? And most of them are going to be like, what are you talking about? Is the game, is it bad? And you're like, no, there's a black samurai and you can bang Nobunaga's sister. They're going to look like Walter White and that Breaking Bad.
No, that's not what happened. The Japanese found out about being able to destroy shrines in a black samurai. Japanese Twitter blew up.
That also is just, people heard about the Stellar Blade, that it was too sexualized. People heard about that.
Come on, can I show you a Korean game in the last 5 years?
Oh, no. I understand. And
let me show you a Korean game in the last 5 years. No. So this thing of he's playing it up like he hasn't seen any of the stuff. When it was even about to be released last year, the Japanese parliament was talking about going after it.
Okay, now, one quick thing. He's defending it, saying that anyone who doesn't like it is racist and homophobic and all that.
We're not there yet.
No, but that's pretty much what he's saying so far, that all the hate he's seen from it is from those people, correct?
Yeah.
But the tweet you showed me, he says he doesn't support it because it's racist, the game.
Yeah.
That's what I tell you, his Twitter is up.
Bad one where they're like, Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about?
Normies, bro, normies saw the Black Samurai stuff and go, whoa, what's that?
Most normies would go, that doesn't seem real, but whatever, it's just a game, but they still.
And you know the whole thing, you can't climb the Torii gates. And he's going to talk about going to Japan with 100 Torii.
Don't get upset about this shit. Okay? This is a manufactured issue in the online space.
Isn't he a leftist, and leftists are kings and queens of manufactured issues?
Oh no. Everything they complain about is legit. If you ask anything that the right wings do, it's all made up and overblown shit. Trying to dress up kids as other genders, that's legit okay.
But when I have to play a video game and I have the only option in Veilguard is to play a flavor of trans person.
You're just
what?
You're just an evil person. You're just an evil Nazi for not wanting to play that.
As I said, in Kingdom Come Deliverance, I have been nothing but a douche to Hans. But he still likes me for some reason.
Now I'm gonna listen. I'm doing this. I'm trying to present an olive branch, because there's a lot of people that are coming into the comments leaving dumb shit. And I'm gonna be honest. I don't think you're all mentally ill.
Sorry, the disingenuousness. I know where this is going. Not because I've seen this video. I just have empathy for you.
I think a lot of y'all have been.
I know where this is going.
I think a lot of people.
When I first watched this, I heard this. I had to stop this.
You're not stupid. You're just too stupid to know better.
You're too stupid to know better. I'm a white man who knows better. I want you to see this smug look. I don't pause here just for reasons. This is just how he looks.
People that are getting riled up by these grifters. I think you're just looking for someone to reach out to, and you don't know.
Okay. Do you know why conservative and normie gamers and in cultural enjoyers for the last 4 years, over the last 10 years, have been on edge? Why is that, Mando?
All the woke bullshit being forced down their throats and taking over games.
And what happens when we say something that looks a little sus?
Oh, we get called out as any type of ist-phobic.
Depending on it, it used to be called, you're just weird. You don't like it.
Well, they tried to use weird during the Trump campaign, but we said, okay,
you're just weird. You're just hateful. You're just bigots.
Weird doesn't bother us.
Oh, yeah. By the way, I want you to understand. The left is starting to distance themselves from Snow White.
Oh, yeah, because it's just so horrible.
They are running away from that with a mile. I'll talk about that when I talk with Sorter, and you're welcome to come. They are running away from it. They're not owning it at all. Oh, and they go, you know their other argument? So it's not for you.
And then when you don't buy it, then they go,
you're just racist.
For not watching it. It's like, no, you said it wasn't
Acolyte,
for me.
You told us not to watch it. If it weren't for YouTubers and people with morbid curiosity, no one would have watched that show.
The only ones who watched the Acolyte were hate watching for the most part.
Or YouTubers.
Well, woke people who thought, oh, it's going to be good because it's woke. Have you seen the bullshit that they're trying to say that canceling it was a mistake and that they have enough demand for it to bring it back?
Oh, I've heard that last year. I'm waiting.
No, they've been really trying to push it lately, and everyone's going, okay, waste some more money, kill the franchise.
Disney's burning, especially after.
That you're having smoke blown up your ass by people that profit off.
I'll let you complete his statement here a second.
And so I'm doing this video to try.
Okay, that point about dishonest YouTubers blowing up lies for their side does happen.
Jeremy is one of them.
It is in the video game space, but a large amount of video game discourse I watch, like Belluar Games and other stuff, he's a game development studio, right? He covers news. He covers tech news. He also covers WoW lore, right? He's a genuine person. Mutahar is a genuine person, but a dirty Linux user. That's a joke. He really does hate Windows.
Well, there is a good reason to hate it, in all honesty.
There's good reasons.
Especially with Microsoft and Bill Gates. There's a reason to...
then proceeds to bitch that nobody has software to support an Oracle system or a Linux-based system, which is its own double-edged sword. But matter for another day. But Mutahar and a bunch of others who honestly looked at a game and noped on it.
And fucking give y'all a hand. I'm trying to reach out and be like, listen,
I'm trying to
come back to fucking reality, bro.
I want to save face.
Come back to reality. And the reality is, people are fed up with the bitching. And you're going to say, Cowboy, they made the games woke. No, they didn't. We had this shit all the way back in the day. You had gay relationships in Mass Effect.
Here we go.
You could choose your gender in RPGs as long as games have been around, bro. Like, this isn't new.
It's not some equivalence.
Here we go. I have heard this. Did you know Dragon Age Veilguard has always been gay?
Here's the thing. And it's like you can even go back to Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, where Revan could be a woman.
Yeah.
And you can have a gay relationship. Guess what? There's what you can do, create your own character, blah, 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 blah. But there is a in-canon story. Proper way to play, proper game.
But to be fair, Revan supposedly died and came back to life once.
Oh, no.
Multiple times if you go by the lore. But
yeah, no, I know. But it's always been Revan, the man.
Well, that's why in Knights of the Old Republic, I'm cringing and waiting on the non-binary Revan.
Oh, yeah.
I'm waiting.
Well, that's if it ever comes out, although there has been updates that it's still in production.
By the way, do you know that that's the problem with the Knights of the Old Republic remake? Supposedly, because Raven is such a big part of the lore now, a lot of that team's been afraid to fucking touch that.
Well, that's good. They don't want to fuck it up. But here's the thing. There's always been a canon story to games where you can change the things. Second of all, it didn't affect the gameplay. It wasn't... You've always had certain gay characters, black characters in games and movies and TV. But it wasn't until recently, until the woke culture, where it was a main focus. It was... You had a black gay character or something, or you had... It was something in there. It was just something that happened. You didn't pay attention to it.
Hey, Fallout 4. My character can be a whore.
No, but the point is, it was never a main focal story point. Yeah. It used to be something that happened in the story, which was fine. Yeah. Now they make it the center point of the story.
Actually, well, technically, Cyberpunk 2077 has a weird way of handling it. Only certain characters are romanceable.
Well, and in Star Wars The Old Republic, the online game, not Knights of the Old Republic, but the MMORPG, you can have gay relationships, but they're not really canon, and they only happen after you sort of the game sort of resets after a certain point.
By the way, you cannot tell me after watching Acolyte, they weren't trying to ship Osa with the one-armed chick.
Mm-hmm.
No, you cannot tell me they weren't. I saw those eyes during that show. I saw those eyes.
Well, as they said, it's the gayest Star Wars out there has ever been.
Yes.
Whether it was a joke or not, the fact that you still said it and then said, if you have a problem with it, don't watch it. And then no one watched it and they said, you're just hate-filled if you didn't watch it.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, this gaslighting from the left that games have always been woke.
Be right back.
The agenda that people are pushing out there. What's really happening is, as a society, we're making progress. And we're seeing more inclusive.
Buzzword number 2, progress and inclusion. Watch for that one.
Inclusivity. We're seeing more diversity.
There you go. Inclusivity. Inclusivity is a leftist buzzword as well. You need to be more inclusive. Look, this is all leftist propaganda. He will say, this is how I spotted it. This is why Hypnotic couldn't get through it.
I'm a big straight white dude. Looking at this chat, I would guess probably a fraction of the people in this chat are big straight white dudes. All right? I had to say this before, but the world isn't big straight white dudes. There's more than that. And we're seeing representation for those people so that they can see some shit in media and be like, yo, that's cool. I relate to this character. Now, this might go a little bit off tangent, but like some people seem to forget, like America was fucking built on diversity, bro. Like, yeah, given the Pilgrims came over and completely fucked over the Native Americans and took land, but what evolved into America is people from everywhere. We had people from Poland. We had people from Germany. We had people coming from the Caribbean. We had people coming from Africa. We had people coming from Asia. America is literally a melting pot of different nationalities, different religions.
See, you know the sign of indoctrination? This is it. I've talked about this before. There's a sign of indoctrination. He shows every sign. Every sign of it is indoctrination. Progress, inclusivity. He's 37 years old. I mean, but he is a liberal gun owner.
Different diversities. That's what our country was fucking built on, man. And now we're upset that everything isn't straight white Christian male. Like, it doesn't make sense, dude. It doesn't make sense. Why? Like, what is so fucking upsetting about the fact that there's other kind of people besides you out there? And if that is upsetting, like, dude, you need to expand your worldview. All right.
So this talking point is the talking point of someone who is indoctrinated. It's not that Americans hate the goings-on. The issue with the goings-on in America with too much inclusivity and diversity is you're feeding tribalism. He's a minority in his own damn community. He's in Nashville, Tennessee. There's not a lot of liberals up there, as much as people think.
No, more have been moving to red states because the blue states have destroyed themselves.
But he's lived there like
his whole life.
Look, if he looks like the redneck born and raised there.
Well, I'm pretty sure he's inbred.
Jokes aside. But everything you're hearing from him about progress, inclusivity, Mando, aren't those buzzwords from the left?
Yeah, no one talks about inclusivity ever.
No one.
No one on the right would. Everyone on the right says best qualified or the best for the job.
Hold on. I covered this with somebody. This was an article from last November of last year.
Mm-hmm.
And Mandalore.
Yeah.
Here you go. How much, and this is why the left lost.
Because they're
Safe space, 20%. Woke, 19%. White privilege, 15%. Neurodiversity, 9%. Majority of people don't know what this is. Ableism, No one knows what this is. Heteronormativity. No one knows what this is.
It's not those buzzwords that got them the loss. It's the pushing for diversity. It's the pushing for stuff.
You know why people know about gender non-binary? Is because it's been pushed down our throats for years. Systematic racism. Mansplaining. 11% of the population.
Speaking of mansplaining, I love that. If a transgender woman is ever trying to explain something to a TERF woman,
decolonization.
The best
5% regularly use it.
If a tranny is ever trying to explain something to a TERF, to a woman with common sense, the best thing they should say is, "Thank you for mansplaining it to me."
Now look, let's go into social justice. Diversity, white privilege, body positivity, left. All of these, safe space. So where does this guy get off? This is why I actually found a video. There's a guy who talks about why birth rates are falling. Right? And that's a whole subject matter I could get into in one day. And that's why when Gabe Eads says you don't, but this is the research I do on the side where I understand why cultures fall apart. Very few people use these words.
Well, sane people don't use them unless they're mocking the left.
Oh, yes. Do you know the only reason I know a majority of these words? Because we have fought them for so long.
Take a vacation out of your fucking state. Go overseas. Experience a different culture. And I promise you, it will broaden your horizon in ways you didn't think of before. There is more to your world than...
Let's play the bingo card. How this is going to go. I know what he's going to say. What do you think he's going to say, Mando?
Something gay and retarded.
What is in the small town where you live right now? And seeing different cultures is fucking cool. I did my honeymoon in Japan. I loved it. I walked the 1,000 gates in Kyoto, the shrines that were a point of drama in Assassin's Creed, which I will talk about that. But I got to see all that, and it gave me a whole new level of respect for Japanese culture. It was an amazing trip.
Do you know what people hate about tourism right now to Japan? Because their economy is shit.
Mm-hmm.
They hate tourism pollution, but they have to tolerate it because their economy is shit.
Oh, but they are going to turn against it soon with all the...
Oh, apparently. No. Ice Poseidon or a couple of others were there was social media streamers. They're questioning them a lot more.
Oh, it's just like Korea and all of Asia is being ruined specifically by...
Well, see, here's the thing. If you go to Japan and you learn some of the culture or even Koreans,
you just show respect.
You show respect, they will respect you. Notice the average tourist goes over there. You know you're in a preoccupied territory. That's not your culture. You're a minority. Even in the tourist areas, they make you feel that way. But there is a large section of Japanese that do not like foreigners. That's years of xenophobia that makes the U.S. hatred of Mexicans worse.
You should be looking to embrace other cultures and other ideologies and use that to expand your own worldview, because that's only going to improve you as...
We call that globalism, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Last I checked.
Yep,
We call that globalism?
Yep.
Remember what I told you? Listen for the buzzwords. Listen for the ideology at work. But if I asked this man about nationality, he would bitch up.
Oh,
the person.
Ask him what what he thinks about nationalism.
Now, so why did I?
Do you know what? By the way, do you know what happens when you have a large, diverse group? You destroy your own culture.
Yep.
You know what's funny? All these liberals borrow from France. What's the national language of France?
Oh, right now it's immigrant. It's
In reality, what is it?
French.
French. Germany. What do you think it is?
German.
Italy.
Italian.
Government official. Why don't you call them bigots and racists? You don't do that. Only in the UK and in the US do we have these troubles. And for a generation, they've been saying diversity is our strength. It isn't. Normal people like me, I deal with people who are migrants. I deal with people who are all over the world in my area. Some that I know are flat out illegal immigrants. I don't hate
them. You should report them.
Well, to be fair, most of them are just nice people, but they have their own situations. Democrats don't care. They like the tribalism. Why the hell do you think our elections in the U.S. have been shit for a decade plus since Obama?
Well, that one election, that not this last one, but the one before, was honestly rigged.
Think about it. These people defend it. He looks like in this pose when he's speaking about this, he's doing the eyes closing.
I go on a rant. Why did I go on a fucking rant? Because honestly, I'm fed up with this. Like I said, I've seen this shit. This is it's a non-issue.
He's become a consumer.
For people that aren't in the online space. But as somebody that's in the online space every day, streaming.
Oh, by the way, why did Trump win with the popular vote even? I called that night. I didn't expect him to win the popular vote.
Well, the reason...
The normies woke up.
It wasn't even that. The first time he won, and people are surprised that he didn't win the popular vote, was because people were afraid to admit that they were voting for him because of the shame. But this last time, the last 4 years, we're tired of getting shit on and how bad the country's been in. They're no longer denying what they believe in. Trump is a nationalist, but not in a bad way that people say. You can't be so nationalist that you get bad. But nationalism is in itself putting your people first. And that's not meaning white people. Putting people who are born and raised and are legal here and your businesses first, rather than supporting other countries before your own when you have issues in your own country to fix. And people like that. They're tired of trying to give all their money and all their stuff away to illegals who are treating them like shit, who are stealing things, who are given everything while they are suffering.
Yep. I mean, what do you think was going to happen?
Reading the comments, interacting on socials. It's nonstop, bro. And to take an example.
But this guy has been online so long, he's consumed too much
hate.
He literally, his Twitter reads like a person who's terminally online. Except he went to the left.
Example, like imagine you used to go to karaoke every Friday night. Okay. I love karaoke. Every Friday night we're doing karaoke. And then one Friday you go and there's a guy in the corner at a table and he's just shitting his pants all night. And you're like, that's fucking weird. Hopefully he doesn't come over to us. But then every other Friday, he keeps getting closer. He keeps getting closer. And eventually all of your friends are like, why does the guy that smell like shit coming to our fucking table? And he's like, do you also want to shit your pants? That's what it fucking feels like. Because it used to be,
I'm tired of playing slop games and paying $50 or $70 for shit that's bad.
And apparently that's shitting your pants.
Can I stop playing shitty games? This is why I just don't buy every game that comes out.
And why most people wait to, especially not just...
They wait till streamers stream them.
Oh, they get reviews. They wait till they can actually see this gameplay and the story.
Mm-hmm.
Like, unless it's some sort of series and they love the series no matter what. But even that, Assassin's Creed diehard fans were also not buying this right away because of everything that came out beforehand. And you say you want to see the version of this Assassin's Creed before they had to redo it, when the original plan. Apply that also to the original Snow White before they had to do the three or four reshoots. What was that going to be like? Because that would have been.
Like I said, I want to see Assassin's Creed Shadows before. I want to see what that game looked like
before they had to take shit out.
Oof. But y'all were out doing something you enjoyed. You were having fun. And now it's some other person that wants to ruin the fun. Mr. Piss Pants over here is coming in to ruin the fun.
I thought he shit pants. He can't even keep his story straight.
This is the look. I hate to say this. This is the problem. I hate being the person who has to be on the. Do you know what they say? Oh, but my culture war. But my culture war.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, some conservatives are the ones that point it out. Progressives are lesser. Right? But it's the normies that control the culture.
Because if he has to smell like shit, he wants all of y'all to also smell like shit. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, why would you seek out to be the guy that smells like piss? And you shouldn't. Your first thought should be like, I don't want to be the fucking guy that smells like piss. But guess what? The people online that like to engage in this drama, they profit off of you being the guy that smells like piss. They make money off of you being fucking angry and engaging in this never-ending fucking hate machine. That is what they want. Like, does that make you upset? Knowing there's people who they pay their bills. They are making money. They're making fucking stacks right now because you're being pissed off at something that really you don't fucking care about.
YouTube doesn't make that much money. Unless you have sponsors or you have other shit.
No, it's more for live streamers who get...
We're not all lucky like Hypnotic, who has less than 100,000 subs and can just rake in money. Just saying.
No, most people who make money is usually off of super chats.
And even Twitter is ass.
No, it's people who have super chats and have Streamlabs.
Basically, and then you have to have an online community.
I don't care about baseball, basketball. I watch football occasionally, but like you don't see me. I'm not getting mad at other sports. I'm not going to fucking baseball games being like, fuck baseball. This sport is fucking boring. You sit in the stands, somebody hits a ball, and you run. No. Why would I fucking spend my energy being upset about something that I don't enjoy? We're all gonna fucking die someday, bro.
As he plays video games, he has to review for his channel.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks thrilled.
If he hates it, then he should do something else.
Play games you enjoy, like I do. You're a variety streamer. Oh, that's right. You're now a whatever. He looks so bored on his live stream today. He looks like he's about to die.
Whether you like it or not, one day we're all going to be in the fucking ground. Every single person here, unless you're a goddamn pharaoh, we're all going to be in the ground eating the same fucking dirt and turn into nutrients for worms and plants. So why are you spending your time on this earth getting upset at something you don't want to engage?
He's right. You know what normal people do? We don't buy it. But after a while, when all games become dog shit and we have no entertainment and all we have is a backlog of games we've played before, like I have literally started digitizing my library. That only goes so far. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I want newer games, not something I've played. If all new experiences are dog shit, just saying.
Age with. Why? Because you could spend that energy doing something else. You could read a book. I just read the entirety of Solo Leveling. Fucking loved it. Absolute
normie trash. This comes from a person who reads manga and watches anime. It's normie trash. It's junk food. What do I bet he also enjoys My Hero Academia?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Peak webtoon. Loved every second of it. You could be going to the gym. You could be getting fucking jacked. You know how happy I am with how much bigger I've gotten, bro?
I have a question. Why didn't you properly shave one armpit?
I haven't even been looking at his.
Go back like 4 years on the channel. I didn't used to be this big.
I just spotted that.
No. 3 days a week. I got a trainer. I ate right. That. Put your energy to that. Get fucking big. Buy a greatsword and pretend your guts in your backyard. You could be doing that shit. But instead, you're spending time being angry.
Because a greatsword that
shit that.
I'm sorry. Have you actually ever seen what Cloud's Buster Sword or Cloud's Greatsword would look like?
No.
Fuck. You want to know how much that thing would weigh.
You're not going to engage with, bro. Like, why? 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 I don't get it. Why? So anyway, so talking about a couple of the things I'm seeing, a couple of the comments. One, no, I obviously wasn't sponsored by Ubisoft to play Shadows. I've been playing fucking First Berserker Kazan and AI Limit for like the past 3 weeks, which I said like 3 weeks ago. I also said I don't have time to cover Shadows in full. I will do a launch stream of Shadows, and then we're going to put that on hold while I get past other stuff, which is exactly what happened. I did one stream of Shadows. I said, hey, we're going to check this shit out today, see what it's like. Maybe we'll come back to it. But now this has turned into the, oh, Cowboy is shilling for Ubisoft. They gave him the game. He's shilling. Bro, every goddamn game I play, I get given. This is going to sound entitled as fuck, but like.
This is where Hypnotic didn't get to. You see what I said? He tells on himself. He didn't get here.
When you're at a certain size on YouTube, it is more beneficial for them to just give you a game. Like literally, I could go down my list. Monster Hunter, I was given a code for. Kazan, I was given a code for. Oh, actually, let me look through. I'm gonna look through my review list, and I'll tell you. Fucking Ender Magnolia got a key. Avowed got a key. Dragon Age got a key. Black Myth got a key. Warhammer got a key. Erdtree got a key. Senua Saga got a tree. Rise of Ronin, Stellar Blade, Dragon's Dogma, Final Fantasy. Like you're giving keys. That doesn't suddenly mean you're fucking sponsored by the company. That means you're doing your work. It's the same.
You just gave your entire game away and why your channel's mid. What did I tell you, Mandalore? See, Renown, this is where he didn't get to. He tells on himself. Am I wrong? Mando.
Nope.
Do you see how much of a tell on yourself that is? Did you think I was lying when I said he didn't tell on himself?
As like a tech influencer that's given a fucking phone to do.
Oh, you know why? Do you know why Linus?
Give me one moment. I'll be right back.
So this is why Linus Tech Tips is not taken seriously anymore. Linus Tech Tips basically pays. He's paid to review a product. He hasn't had to pay for a computer product in years.
Do a review on the phone. They're not like, oh my god, a new phone. They're like, oh, this is work. Let me fucking talk about this phone. See what's good about it.
So in his own time, he's given a review copy. He's playing AI Limit, which he shit on for being a bugged mess, and now he's playing Kazan on his channel. But he did a full playthrough for a review.
Yeah, that point's fucking dumb.
Yep.
But
amongst other dumb things he said.
But some good boba.
Only gay men and women drink boba tea. Also, he's eating a pineapple steak bowl. Renown. I expect this out of you and your routine. Jokes.
That's all beyond the point. What we're talking about is Assassin's Creed. Now, so what happened? Like I said, people were being racist about Yasuke. We called that shit out. And to be clear, outright, I don't care if you buy the game. Like I said, the next month, roughly, I'm going to be busy with Kazan because I'm probably going to be doing a walkthrough. I'm probably going to be doing a Get Good series. I haven't decided yet, but I'm kind of leaning between one of those two. So I don't even have the fucking time to play Shadows right now. It seemed okay. I mean, my early impression was...
So he was given a key to review, but he's reviewing Kazan. I mean, it looks like a decent Souls-like game on the year, but I'm not a Souls-like player. If you play Souls-like, it should be on your stuff. I have other games I'm working on. Right now, I have some downtime.
Back.
Between games. He's actually making content on his channel for it.
Mm-hmm.
And as you saw earlier, he's talking about playing Kazan. But he was given all those keys.
It was probably like a 4 out of 5. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. Just seemed okay. Seemed good enough.
A 4 out of 5? That means it's a damn near perfect game to you.
Mm-hmm.
Does he realize what he said?
Nope.
You know why games are rated on a 1 to 10 scale? It makes a little more sense.
But I don't care if you buy it or not. I don't get fucking paid if you buy it. Doesn't make a difference. I don't get not paid if you don't buy it. So I don't give a shit. Now, to address a couple of the talking points I'm seeing, because I'm seeing a lot of this shit. I'm seeing a lot of people that are like, the Japanese are upset about the game. Just to put this in perspective, there was one Diet member in Japan that brought up AC Shadows at a parliamentary meeting, and he brought up that people could deface shrines, like Torii gates, in the game, and how that could promote basically vandalism in the tourist industry.
And it has.
Mm-hmm. And that's a fair point. That is an honest, fair point, especially with today's society and with all the streamers who do that sort of shit. It's a legit thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, before we get into what the PM said, this is the same level of logic as like Ronald Reagan being like, the video games are going to make the kids violent. If they can steal a car in GTA, they'll steal a car in real life.
Reagan didn't say that. But do you know who said it?
I can't remember.
Tipper Gore.
Yeah, but...
Hillary Clinton.
Mm-hmm. No, but the fact is, with how people are today, it actually is a legit complaint. Usually those things about saying...
Oh, yeah, nuisance streamers are duplicating what they see.
Yes. And not just in games, everywhere. They see something gets attention, so then they all do it. But no, he goes to the whole games cause violence, which is a bullshit thing. The general sort of statement about people do what they see in games is bullshit. But the fact that the streamers are actually going around doing shit that they see make what bad or good, so it gets fame, is an actual legit. That is one of the few that are actually, okay, I'm not going to argue with that. Maybe years ago, when games were big, I wouldn't have agreed with it because there was no one that stupid to do that shit. But now there are.
I mean, we have a choice. That's the problem now.
But he's okay.
It's the same fucking logic, bro.
Sorry.
He's okay with people attacking Japanese culture, but when a Japanese culture wants to preserve their thing, that's hate-filled.
No, and this is an outsider. He says he has respect for other cultures, but he doesn't understand.
But he doesn't, because if he had respect, he would understand their things. But no, it's only how he puts it.
That's the problem, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Which is dumb. Beyond that, the PM addressed it, which is the Prime Minister.
And there was another Prime Minister trying to get the game blocked.
For Japan, he's like their equivalent of our president. And what he basically said, not the game, but he said, obviously, anybody that's looking to deface or destroy shrines is something that would be unacceptable. And this is something that we would look into. You know, we would not stand for people coming into the country and defacing Japanese.
But he doesn't say the half-burnt, destroyed Torii Gate, which was the result of the Nagasaki bomb. There were no destroyed Torii Gates in the past.
Okay, and let's reverse the situation. Let's say the Asians made a game where you go to Africa and destroy all their shit. He would be up in arms saying they're promoting hate against black people. He would defend that. He would attack them for doing that.
Yeah.
But because they're not seen as a minority, it's okay.
Well, I bet in his worldview, Asians are just white people.
Oh, yeah. Well, and they're over... Well, and there's a lot of them. They're not a minority. and they do good. They don't need any bullshit to help them. They're actually rejected from things because they're too smart by modern leftists.
By most modern leftist standards, they view Asians as white people.
Yes, because they're not oppressed.
Well,
they're not a minority. They're not
majority. Yes.
They're not stupid who do stupid things who need to be excused for things.
Yep.
So reverse the situation with putting a black guy in Africa or an Asian guy in Africa doing some disrespectful shit, and it would be okay.
Oh, I have seen
it wouldn't be okay.
Sorry, I have seen people say, "Why were you not mad at Noya for having a black samurai in there, an Englishman as a samurai?"
Oh, apparently they missed a spot. They patched out shrine destruction, but there is still a shrine that can be destroyed. I'm sending you the Twitter link, but yeah, apparently they didn't get all of them.
Oh,
I don't know.
No.
Property. They didn't say this cannot stand in the game. The game, we will take down the game. And regardless of that, Ubi actually fixed that shit. There was a day one patch that made it so you can't even fucking interact with the shrines. You can't climb on them. You can't hit them. You can't do that shit. But they were talking about tourism in Japan, because even when I was there on my honeymoon, there were people doing all sorts of fucked up dumb shit and not respecting the culture.
I believe you. I believe him. Do you? No.
Which is what Japan's point is.
If you're coming to the
country, respect the culture. But instead, you have people that, despite being an influencer myself, a lot of fucking influencers, they're not all there up there. Yeah, and they think they want to go to a fucking country and they want to act like a dickhead. And then they're surprised when the country kicks them out. So going back to my previous point about like, yeah, travel the world, expand your worldview, be fucking respectful of cultures when you're there. Before I went to Japan,
I have a question. Why does he talk like a liberal woman on a dating website?
Because he is.
Okay, Mandalore, you got the joke, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
All women on dating websites say they like to travel.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry. Right? Yeah. I'm sorry. God.
No, you're not.
What? I'm halfway tempted to throw in a joke about Multi. That's why he got with that one.
Oh, God.
What? No, I'm not going to do that. I would do that to Multi. No, but it's
you
like...
are not sorry. You are proud.
I do own my jokes, though. Come on.
I would never make such a bad joke or tasteless joke.
What?
I would never make such a bad or tasteless joke.
Really?
Never. I took time to learn the basics of Japanese.
But I
took time to my please and thank yous, ask for directions. I had a translation app on me.
The right thing.
If there was a no smoking area, I didn't fucking smoke there. If I didn't have a trash can, I carried my garbage with me until I found one. That's just common sense. This isn't about, the game is disrespecting the culture. This is Japan making sure that anybody that wants to visit Japan based off of the game isn't going to be a dickhead. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. I don't like people that act like dickheads when they visit our country. Nobody should be visiting another country and act like a dickhead.
There we go. Then why do you allow disrespect of other cultures?
But regardless of all that shit, at the end of the day, if you don't want to buy the game, don't fucking buy the game. And so that gets to the stream. If you're not interested in something, don't engage with it. Just don't.
People were interested in it because it was an Assassin's
Creed. Think about it. Imagine whatever your favorite thing is.
It's an Assassin's Creed game.
Let's say
okay, Assassin's Creed sells not because they're usually good games. because they're junk food.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a bad Star Wars game. Still sells.
Except for 2 of them.
And what's the 2? Except for Outlaws and something else?
And the one that just got closed. Or getting shut down.
Which is that one?
We just went through this.
Remind me to send. What was it? Outlaws? No.
No. Hunters.
Yeah, that one didn't seem good. Wasn't that mobile slop anyways?
But it wasn't just mobile. I think it was multiple platform, but it was just like, what's the big one that gets all the skins? What's the game with all the skins and the frying pan and all that?
Monster Hunter.
No. The Sandbox Fighter.
Do not know. Probably check on that one though.
But it's just like one of all those other games that are sandbox fighters. It's just in Star Wars theme, but it's already too late. Like the games, like I'm surprised Marvel's doing so well.
That's just the Overwatch.
Overwatch, that was Overwatch, but Marvel Rival, or this one, the Star Wars one that's getting shut down is just like that, but it's Star Wars themed. But they've already put Star Wars themes in the other games. It's just, if they would have done it sooner, but they waited how long to release the game, then no one cares about those types of games anymore, except for the diehards in the game.
So I'm looking at this, right? So this guy is making, so on videos he put up today on his channel, I'm guessing by his partner status, he got 3.9, 2.9, and 2.3. One video he made, so on a stream, I don't know what his earning rate actually is. Let me see what his actual earning rate is.
I'd like to see his like to dislike ratios.
I wonder how much he's making.
Not enough to get a good razor to shave.
Supposedly what? I don't, depending on it, a good month for him, he's probably making money.
Did you say he's making meth?
Yes, he's making money.
Oh,
I don't know if he's making $46,000 monthly at that rate.
Well, he's apparently not making enough to afford a good razor.
I don't. So he had, and I don't know what his view, because be curious what his view rates are. Because what is his social blade? Like, I'm so curious about it. He might, and it depends on what he's.
No, if all he does is put videos, he's apparently making enough to survive.
Like, what is it? Like, one video? He's making like $28 a video.
But he puts out how many videos a day?
He's paid by view, so I guess he's making. They say he's making anywhere between say daily earnings is 94 to like 1530, but like there's no way he's making $500,000 a year. Like, so one of his videos, so like at 8, so his AC, so if he gets one good stream, he doesn't have to do it. He gets paid, like Prime Video, let's see what he gets paid. Because I would be very curious by earnings if what things are, right? Here, let's see. $100. It would also depend on his rate, right? Because let's assume he was getting, in one day, he got 100. Well, I don't think he's getting views per day, because whatever the pay rate is, he may not getting paid that. Like, that's just insane. Like, I guess it's a video. So estimated he made $251 to $628 for this one video. That's what he made. He's not broke. It goes to show you can be a dipshit. So his other stream, he made 114, 290, 87. And that just depends on his, but his smaller streams where he's not doing anything, those would be his big money makers that pay for his week. And I could be wrong. This is all just shitty, just the random people. For his one of his video, he's making $11 to $28 on his last 3. And I guess that's barring super chats. He's not getting super chats in his streams.
Wouldn't surprise me.
And he's just getting paid for views. But in one view, and he's getting into the algorithm, in an hour, he gets... But what's funny is, no one heard of him prior to this.
Let's say it's Warhammer.
I would say if he was earning this kind of money, he would be bigger than Synthetic Man or even Act Man.
I like Warhammer, but let's pretend for a second I didn't like Warhammer.
This is what drove me up the wall.
Him saying he doesn't like, that he might not like Warhammer, or what he's about to say?
Just listen to this.
Imagine that.
Do you know how you can spot a tourist in a hobby? You're about to hear it.
You were like, hey, we're having fucking tabletop tonight. I got my new army set up. We're going to play. And I'm like, yeah, I'll come. And then I show up. And the whole time I'm there, I'm just shitting on your models. I'm being like, yeah, your paint job looks fucking garbage. Necrons again. Yeah, fucking big surprise. Fucking dickhead. And the whole time you're like, what the fuck is this, dude? Like I said, we were playing Warhammer. Why are you coming over and being a dickhead? Like, do you not like Warhammer?
It doesn't sound like he knows much about Warhammer.
This man has never stepped foot into a fucking game store.
No, because one, I don't know Warhammer. I just know that people put a lot of effort into their painting and stuff.
Yeah,
that's true. But this is someone who knows the basics about that. He doesn't know the game because people wouldn't shit about the custom jobs because I've seen people who go into it who don't paint and
I have seen people who have it.
No, it can happen with snobs in like really high end.
It happens more in Horus Heresy players than it does in others.
But I've seen people also play with no paint jobs just because they're not talented enough, but they enjoy the game. And people go, "Oh, okay. If you ever want to paint them, or you want someone else to paint them, I can do it for a price."
Yeah.
Usually, they seem to be very nice to each other, especially when it comes to painting. But the way he talked about it sounds like someone who's never played the game like me, who had to try and.
No one talks shit on other people's paint jobs.
No. Unless you're pointing little swastikas and making everything look something like, unless you're intentionally doing a job.
If you're just trying to make your army look like a tie-dyed, colored piece of shit.
Or it's just glopped, where you just dump the thing of paint so it's glopped on and it's just chunks. That's one thing going, and it wouldn't even be insulted going, dude, what the hell's with your pieces? It wouldn't be, you did a shitty job. It'd be, well, that's an interesting take on painting.
No, it's like, honestly, you act like I would not roll my eyes if I saw a person who had an army who basically painted theirs like a trans flag. Sorry, that's not your normal war gamers.
No. People who point like stuff like that or do very obvious pride stuff and trying to inject it into the game when it's not neat, when there's no point into it, they might. Or if you do a certain political flag or something like that, if you do something that's very obvious, you might. But just doing your own takes on it, no one's going to.
People who do their own. This is why you can tell the guy's literally like a fucking tourist.
Why would you come to Warhammer Night if you have a problem with Warhammer? It's the same fucking thing, bro. And that's what people are tired about. Also, I don't care if you don't like Assassin's Creed. I don't care if you don't buy it. I don't care if you're upset about it. But if any of those things, if any of those points is true, why the fuck are you looking for Assassin's Creed streams to be angry at? Why? Look inside yourself and answer that fucking question.
Okay, pause.
Because it does not make sense. You could be.
Mm-hmm. What he's attacking his own fans there because there's probably fans of his who just enjoy it. Like some people don't like people's political takes; they just enjoy their gaming. And he's probably got people who just watch him for his gaming and the games, especially if he's one of the first people who comes out with shit. And he's saying, people who watch me regularly but don't like the idea of this game and still watching and supporting me and giving me views, how dare you? He's attacking his own fucking fan base.
Yep.
Because, like, unless you're a political streamer who does the odd gaming, or you're an activist who does the odd gaming and they're like, why are you playing this game? I'm playing this because it fits to my ideology. Why are you coming just to hate? That's the legit criticism. But if you're a regular gamer who's doing a game that's before it even came out was not well received, and people watch you, people enjoy you, and you're turning against them, like, fine, I will not come here and support you no matter the game, whether I agree with like the game or not. I'm just not going to watch you anymore.
Yeah.
He is just.
I told you this is good.
This is not good.
I told you this is terrible, but this is the takes. If you don't have this in history, these people get away with this. I told you his arguments are ass. And it's literally like he plays like a consumer.
Doing anything else with your time.
Takes.
Yes.
Also, not on top of that, I don't know the game, but I played D&D very little and I couldn't stand the game. So I've never played it since. People usually don't say, I told you to come here to play. It was D&D night. It would be, it's game night. They wouldn't go, it's why'd you come to this Warhammer game? It would be called by the campaign that they're doing.
I mean, for the most part, if you just show up and you want a randomly game, there will be people who will judge you.
Yes, but it's also, but you wouldn't say, why would you come here to Warhammer game night? And they would say, why'd you come to this game if you don't like it? The way he worded it sounds like someone who doesn't know what they're talking about. Like, everything about him is fake. He seems like he does it because it's one of the easiest things to do, because you don't need to add commentary. You sit there and you play a game. And he hates it.
I mean, but if you've gotten to the point you're just playing a soulless game, then you understand why you probably are that way.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
You could be spending your energy any other fucking way. You could be improving yourself. You could be spending time with your fucking kids, hanging out with friends. You could be going to the gym.
This is the
you
most
could be learning a new hobby.
shit in the world.
Instead, you want to spend that time bitching and moaning.
This isn't just about Assassin's Creed. The haters. Why don't you just do other things?
Why didn't you just ignore this?
Yeah, like when they say just ignore the game if you hate it, just ignore the haters. If you enjoy it, enjoy it.
Why didn't you just fucking play the game and ignore what was said?
Here's the thing. There's been games that left-wingers have hated because it sort of insults them or something. And what usually people on the right say, if you don't like it, ignore it. They don't defend it. They go, I enjoy the game, I play it. You don't like the game, don't play it. When you attack something for being woke, it's ignore the game if you hate it too much. Okay, we hate it, we're ignoring it. Why aren't you playing it? It's a good game. But they acknowledge all the hate that they get.
And
they don't take their own advice.
There you go. Take your own advice.
But he doesn't. It's all hypocrisy.
No. As I said, it's kind of like someone said about Yang Ya. Yang Ya, every time you see him stream, he has something behind him. It looks like the wall of consumerism.
He is a moron.
Have you never seen Yang Ya's background?
I don't want to answer that because if I say no, you're going to show me.
So Yang Ya's background in his videos is nothing.
I've seen it. I'm sure I've seen it. Go on. Move on. This is horrible.
Creed. This is with any game, bro. It's with any game. Whether it's fucking, I mean, we're going to be playing fucking Berserker soon. But regardless of what the game is, whether it's Berserker, whether it's Kingdom Come, whether it's Elden Ring, if you don't like
he didn't play Kingdom Come Deliverance on his stream.
He hasn't?
Like it.
No.
Okay.
Don't engage with it. And don't listen to some fucking asshole on the internet that wants to make a shitty thumbnail with my face because he doesn't even have the fucking balls to reach out to me directly and tell you that I'm talking about taking all your rights away.
Watch my
he makes
videos about my shitty
when
take.
You pre-block people. How are they supposed to contact you? What?
Money off you being upset. You want some real talk? Everyone's so caught up. We're 2025, right? Everyone's so.
By the way, he says people make money off you, and he made like $200 this video.
That's nothing compared to real YouTubers.
I mean, just this one little live thing this came from.
Fucking caught up on dumb bullshit about fucking race wars and gender wars and all this bullshit. This big fucking stupid grift machine that's designed to make you angry. You want to know who you should be angry at? Look at the fucking people upstairs, bro. The people in charge want you to be angry.
Here we go.
Oh, it's the...
Here we go. The final spiral of the leftist. Here we go. This is why I like this. We've already seen the language, right? This is the part Hypnotic didn't get to.
Because when you're too busy blaming the fucking dude down the street who's just trying to live his life, they're sitting there fucking counting money. You want to have a real war? Let's have a fucking class war. Let's get rid of the fucking billionaire dickheads that are literally butt fucking our country and taking money from it.
Oh,
but that won't fucking happen. Because you want to know who these dickheads that keep telling you to be angry are getting paid by? The same fucks that are robbing you of pennies on every single dollar you earn. They want you to be angry. It's all the
Republicans' fault. Jesus fuck.
I thought I was watching a gaming channel.
All right. What minute in the video is this? Is this at that 14-minute point or whatever that they backed out at?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a backing out point because, like, it's just like the reason why you hate this game is because racist, alt-right Nazis are running the country.
This is literally, if you don't see this in your own words, your own shit, no one would believe you.
This is like, and he doesn't even have the energy. Like, this comes off as so.
He is more passionate right now
than when he's playing a game.
Yes.
A brand new game before other people get a chance to play it.
See? Okay, LG, nice to see you. Did you see this? Why? Do you know what Hypnotic? He could barely get to the 13-minute mark. He is hitting every leftist buzzword.
And every talking point about everything about Republicans or conservatives say about one fucking game. Not even...
Yes.
The industry.
Blame the corporate fat cats, basically.
Right-wing millionaires, racism, Nazis, division, not union, not... what other things? Nazis, Trump.
As I said, wait for it.
I'm done. I'm checking out. End the video. I'm checking out at this point. I can't watch anymore. Not in the same thing. We have to split this into a second stream.
Okay. You will. You'll have to. Because this part, this just gets... last part is wonderful. He goes into being a happy liberal gun owner.
Liberals own guns because they think they have to take him up against the right-wingers. They think they have to do it because right-wingers are Nazis who have to be stopped. Left-wingers having guns lately is not new. Do you remember during the BLM riots, there was the group of rioters broke into a gated community, and there was the one person waving the gun, the two couples waving the gun to protect their property on their front lawn. Those were left-wingers.
Interesting.
And they turned them right because of how they turned on them. It's just like...
No, do you remember that point? Was it during when Trump sent all the migrants to, what was one of the liberal-controlled areas? Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah, that was it. And they also...
And they sent them to Chicago.
They all flipped out going, how dare they? And how dare they use them as pawns in a political stunt, blah, 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 blah. When they use them as... That's the whole reason they allow them is for political points and political
LG, I put your disc if you want to pop on. Share on this. Yeah, because we get called not gamers when I sit here and just play a game whenever.
And I get called not real fans of Star Wars. Oh, did you see that thing I sent you that they're bringing back? Star Wars is for everyone? Do you have a Facebook account?
Oh, God. Is that what that was about?
Yeah, the Facebook link when I asked you is because otherwise you won't be able to see it.
You know, I don't.
We send a.
I do have a Facebook.
You do or you don't?
I do. I will have to look at that.
Here,
you know,
give me 1 second.
I don't want to put mine on, but dude, why?
Close that.
My God, is it literally fate? That's gonna be shit.
Share screen. Oh, I'm on the wrong window. I've got too many windows open.
You don't want to show your actual Facebook, I'm sure. Did they actually bring that back and say that's actually a valid thing? Really?
You can see my name a little bit. I don't care. I've got nothing to hide. My profile set to private. They brought it back.
What the fuck?
And see if Gay Beans is still around. Yes, I dox myself, so anyone who uses my information, it's my own fault here. Just like you doxed yourself.
True.
Like, this is my own doing. But you see this. They brought it back.
It's worse.
No, the video was worse. The video was way worse.
Is it worse than the last one?
It's the video where Star Wars is for everyone in the video. It's not a video. It's just pictures. I don't know if this is video, if they just, because the video is so bad that they just switched it to a picture. But yeah, the original is the worst.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Do you know this whole thing of do not shoot yourself in the foot?
The left knows nothing about that. They go, don't shoot yourself in the foot to prove a point. I've already shot myself 3 times in each foot. And in the face.
Well, they would do that because they don't know how to use a
gun.
They're
literally the ones who would chop up their nose to spite their face.
You know, meanwhile, you know, I would rather, you know what I would rather spend my money on? Certain sets, like, look, do you know why? You know, the funniest part about when the gaming industry has been shit for the last 2 years?
Mm-hmm.
I have more time, and at least I can always put it into another hobby or something.
Well, and that's like my thing with Marvel. When Marvel started going woke and the movie started going crap, because I haven't watched a Marvel film since Far From Home. Because what was the one that came after that? It was the one about the gods.
Thor movie or no?
No, Marvel movie. The one with Salma Hayek in it.
Not Ragnarok? No.
No. After No Way Far From Home.
Love and Thunder? No.
No. What is it? Oh. It was after Far From Home. What was the movie with it does.
I love it when I am right, but I am also
actually no. The first one after was Black Widow, and when I heard that Who's the bad guy in Black Widow? Taskmaster was a girl. Was a woman, you said. Then it was Shang-Chi, and that just looked horrible. And then Eternals. Like, it was just crap after crap. But I know enough about them that I've heard stories. You've seen my Star Wars collection, right? My figures? They're worth money. I can sell them and get my... Even if I make a loss or take a loss, I still can get a good amount of money back. On top of that, this used to be Marvel figures. But when Marvel went and pissed me off, I sold them and traded them in for Star Wars. I can always trade them in and sell them for something else. Star Wars stuff sells.
I got Gabe Beans that makes fun of me for that.
For what?
Having my hobbies. And I am over here just...
I'm sorry, we're adult men. Our hobbies aren't other adult men like his is.
I mean, I'm also just looking at like a set that... I said this set will print money. And I know it's going to print money.
Either way, like most people have hobbies.
Yeah.
There are people who are less invested in their hobbies than we are. But my hobby keeps me sane. I'm on disability. My hobby is something to keep me distracted from my own thoughts.
That's what it's kind of like if I show people this, like what actually what I do for business and someone mocks me. I want to show people this. I'll show this. I'm not gonna. She hates it when I dwell on this. I want you to understand. This is the first set. I said this set was going to print money.
Oh, magic!
I said this set was going to be the best set almost all year. We're gonna at least get all year because, and I want you to look at these prices right out the gate: $4.99. $5.99, $7.99, $8. The lands on average are $8. So let's say a box costs on average $120, 36 rares. Unless you're going to nail a dud box, there's already $5 rares in here. There's already cards that are broken.
Oh no. Magic.
This is the prices out of the gate. This is the thing. Yes. People don't understand how much money. Dragons of Tarkir, I shit you not, was one of the few sets last time that made almost double each box. Okay? It made double each box. And this is one of the first few. Now, I'll show you what. Look, it's also expensive. Now, I will say what I can count are going to be very expensive for a long time.
Well, no. I was watching Penguin Zero for a while, and I was watching some of his unboxings. And you know what? People put a lot of money, can waste a lot of money on it.
Dude. Okay, these are going to stay relatively cheap right here. But these are only going to come from mainly the collector's boosters. You can't tell me those don't look good. Right?
No, I didn't.
There's one for each basic. Oh, I can only imagine. And even the basics look beautiful. The full art basics.
No, but if you get the right pull on a certain card, if you buy cases and not just packs, if you buy a case and you can get a card to make the whole thing, you can make all your money back in one
Easy card. Plus. And I have full. These are the collector's edition. These are likely in the collectors. And there's already cards that are broken. And I can just spot this. There's a lot of people who are already up there that are like, like compared to like the last few sets where it doesn't redefine standard, I can already guarantee like a card that is going to start out smaller. And I just saw this one because I've been waiting on spoilers for this. It's called Summon of the Spirit Dragons, and I saw this. Where is it? It's way down. It is. You're noticing cards here where they reprint cards. I just passed it. It's called like Summon of the Spirit Dragons. I know I spotted it. It basically is an alternative win condition that is going to go into every.
Well, here's the thing basic about Magic cards especially.
This is the so I suspect, right? This isn't going to keep $2.99.
No,
because sagas will not. These things don't keep the value. They'll bulk out.
Cards. Some cards right off the gate are worth a lot. And as the weeks go on, as more people get the cards, the values go down.
Yes.
Some loot go to nothing, but cards also go up in price over time. Like
I guarantee
investment
these.
Risk.
I guarantee these will probably level down.
There are certain Magic cards which will always hold value.
But mark my words, certain stuff is going to stay high. These certain
things will continue to stay or go up over time. Other things are guaranteed that they'll be worth a lot for the first while, and they will go down over time.
So I can guarantee you, and here's the problem with a lot of this set, almost all of these dragons that are here, that is, I just want to give you an idea. That is a 4-drop for a 4/5, and you start off with 20 life. That's a game ender.
Well, and here's the thing. There's one
card is going to either go about there, because I played dragons in Tarkir. I played Esper dragons in Tarkir. I guarantee you there will be a dragon control deck in this format.
But here's the thing about there's one card in Magic will never go down, will only stay / go up.
All reserve.
What?
Most of the mocks are in a reserve list that are
no. There's one specific card that will go up in price.
I will be shocked if this stays this price.
You should know what card I'm talking about. The one card.
There's a couple.
No, the one card.
The one ring, yeah. Yes. The one ring is damaged. The thing to it is it's funny that no one really knows the hand. Yeah, but this whole set, like, I know I spotted it. But all the prices on a lot of these sets, like, you have no idea how format defining some of these cards are. Like these cards, like 3 for a 3/3. Doesn't matter if it's 3 colors to cast, I guarantee. Siege Rhino was a house back in the day.
Well, and then there's also the variants of the cards, the borderless, whatever. Like,
fun fact about those: these are largely going to become worthless. I'm going to guarantee you. They're going to look pretty. Don't get me wrong.
The borderless ones?
These aren't going to look like, that's a weird look. I guarantee certain ones like this are going to hold value. They're going to look pretty, but if enough collectors are popped, that's not going to matter.
The problem with some of those the borderless cards that look really nice, like the ones that the all black ones and whatnot, is you're never going to play them in an actual game.
You will. No, you probably will. The thing about these, like, these are the problem. It's like the Pokemon printing. Like, I don't like this art style. I get why they're doing it. Let me see. Do they have the commander up? Do they have the commander? You please tell me you got the command. So, commander, right? So the versions of the commanders are different than the set.
No,
Now,
but the point I was making though is not everyone's going to be using them to play. Some will because they realize they're just another game. It's just different print. They will it's just like with certain things, like certain comics, will hold value to people who enjoy that type of card and enjoy that look and being a different card. But to everyone, it's like, why am I paying more just for no frame?
Like, if you asked me, I don't like the look of this artwork. I just don't like. I don't like
a Magic card. That looks more like something else.
It doesn't look like a Magic card. It compared to their set art, it looks a lot better. The problem is some of this artwork, when you start getting into alternate art, it's just like, I can buy that in Magic, but I can't buy the other one. So a lot of some of these that you see are like, so the Commander products are supposed to have difference of like, for the first time that gets reprinted.
I'm going to be heading out in a moment. My wife's home and she wants to eat dinner.
No, it's all good though. But people say I don't have hobbies or anything. No.
I'm guessing you're going to want to pause that at the.
I already paused.
Continue the video. You want to watch that later when we do another stream, aren't you?
I want to see you contort and actually.
You have been talking to Multi because when it's just him and me, he likes to pick the topic that gets the best response out of me. That's why he did the children one.
No, I do that because I want the world to see what Fighting Cowboy. Well, no, I love the whole thing. Eat the rich.
Well, actually, with you, it's more I suffer, you suffer. With him,
we both suffer. I suffer worse because I have to pre-screen it.
All right, I'm gonna head out. We'll do maybe this weekend or something, or whenever. Let me know when he's free. We can do this with the movie together, like originally planned. Because anyone who hurt themselves to sit through that whole film.
Are you telling? No, you're defaming. It is even when I showed you the hidden communism in the film.
All right. I will talk to you later.
No, that's good. It's just one of those things. It's horrible. The last half of that is just the biggest liberal spill. He goes into owning gun rights. I kind of was like, okay, the latter half is it. He's a gaming channel. I'm a gaming channel too, and I have my stuff. But he is such a diehard liberal zealot. The eating the rich is just the beginning. It's the awful. Yeah. But anyways, I'll leave it there. I got to get to this last. This is the thing no one wanted to get to. They have let this man off the hook. He is a symptom of a larger problem. He is such a symptom of it. He is the shill game reviewer that, I shit you not, right? It's just Kassan. Do you know what do you know what? I'm going to show this so people don't forget. Like, I just want to show, like, the one. This is his YouTube channel. So he got a review copy and he said the game was mid or trash. AI limit, but he played through it. He's doing a playthrough of Kassan. First Berserker Kassan. This looks like Unity game. I don't know how much it is. It looks okay. Honestly, this looks like this needs to be on mobile. Now, he hasn't had to pay for one of these games. But I'm guessing he enjoyed Monster Hunter more. His live stream, when you see him, his body language, it's just... So supposedly he comes from the Souls community. By the way, I do recommend this. Okay, this man. Okay. This guy actually is a very based YouTuber. And by based, I mean based. I'll have to get this. He does really good content for his size. And is the most common sense thing. And I say this because look. So that was the video he did a day ago. God damn it. I do gotta. Oh, God. See, this Snow White thing, it's all right. I will watch this later on because I'll go over it. But he also did the whole thing on the pattern recognition. This is a really good video as well. He did. Where we as gamers are ultimately trained to look. Pattern recognition is how we play. We are. Hello. Hi, Presley. You want food? I will feed you. Yes, you're gonna be my old geriatric cat. The thing is, he's a really good YouTuber, but honestly, a lot of people, and I'm surprised he hasn't touched. What he hasn't touched. See, he did his stuff on the Acolyte. See, indie games are getting better, right? But this was... Don't you dare. My old cat is. Like, he did. Like, this is the thing we've noticed as people. What has happened to Ubisoft. In, like, I've played Ubisoft games for years, right? I can't tell. Like Skull and Bones, Outlaws. They don't have good games. Then you get the shills. Like Hype Train wise, this is probably a good one as well. I mean, consumer products. You know, it's what it is. Oh boy, that's going to be a hell of a video. Let's go through. I'd like to see what his is, because he comes off as a normie, but Yeah, no. Assassin's Creed Shadows has been a good litmus test for people. Snow White on one hand is worse. But I shall see. I don't know. Tomorrow, probably not. Let's see. Sorter. Tomorrow. I am off to go watch. I do have to watch Daredevil. I have to review that tomorrow. And I gotta just take that break. So we'll catch people later. So I don't know. Tomorrow, yeah, I might stream tomorrow. Like Sorter, I don't sure. Sorter was sick today, so I'll have to see how that works. But anyway, we'll catch people. I have to go feed a geriatric old cat. And go feed my other ones. Surprised one hasn't bothered me more than the other one. But then I gotta go catch up and prep material for the Snow White stream too. I'll catch people then.